do, nigga? All right. Mind my business.
Hey, then why you standing right there talking to me?
I can see right here. On any street every morning, nigga.
Go on, man. I'm through with it, brother. Go on about your business.
Well, I told you, I said what I said.
I heard what you said.
Quit
But I'm
talking
saying,
to me.
I'm doing
Fine.
something. Now listen.
Well, do what you do.
Y'all
And leave me alone.
I'm not bothering
Old
you.
man.
Okay.
this long. It took me a week to leave.
Why are you guys Christian and not Catholic? I really.
He's talented. You're so talented. That's incredible. Just a little yum yum sauce on the edge there. Hey, you better hope you don't wear sweatpants, buddy. He's talented. You're so talented. That's incredible. Just a little yum yum sauce on the edge there.
Get Google Pixel 9a on us and our new 3-year price lock guarantee with plans starting at $30 a line.
That's where your ass is gonna be whooped.
See, my people did it, I did it. But no, I ain't do it. I'm still trying to get it. I told them that just...
that you would tear down the strongholds in this place. I pray, Father, that you would raise up the men in this room.
Stop.
I pray, Father, that you would
Stop.
I pray that you would raise up.
Stop the time. We don't do prayer. Please finish your comments.
And I do pray all this in the name of the Jesus, the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you.
Jesus is the King of Kings, and he is
Stop.
the Lord of Lords, and I pray that all the high places here will be torn down in the name of Christ. Jesus
Thank
is
you.
the Lord of Lords, and every
Thank
knee,
you. Your time
every
is up.
knee will bow.
Your time is up. Thank
Every
you. Your
knee
time is
will
up.
bow.
They do not react this way when it comes to Buddha, Allah, or any other religion. Watch how demons freak out as soon as she mentions the name of Jesus.
You prayed and believed your whole life. Never done anything wrong. And here you are. You're the nicest person I know. I am the meanest. You have dementia. My life is perfect. Explain that to me.
Sometimes the devil allows people to live a life free of trouble because he doesn't want them turning to God. Your sin is like a jail cell, except it's all nice and comfy and there doesn't seem to be any need to leave. The door's wide open. And one day, time runs out, the cell door slams shut, and suddenly, it's too late.
You
Yeah, Danny almost fought somebody.
It's gonna be a wonderful feeling. I swear it's gonna be a wonderful feeling.
All right, Zan's on his way here right now. We're gonna dump water on him from the roof. Classic pranks, they never get old. Wait, we gotta make sure he doesn't see us. Oh, here he is, here he is. We missed him, dude. Damn it. See, the problem with pranks, dude, you get too excited. I seen him, I was like, ah.
trying to give my lift to 5 stars, and then I just saw a bucket come flying up.
Yeah, that one sucked. This is kind of what I envisioned in my head, though.
Chit-chits for dinner tonight? Yeah, that sounds good.
Dude, I got you so good, dude. Idiot didn't even see it coming.
Oh my goodness. I'm so...
That's how your mom feels when she sees me. Dude, I got you so good, dude. Idiot didn't even see it coming.
Oh my goodness. I'm so...
That's how your mom feels when she sees me.
Lefty gunplay's in front of your house right now.
Actually?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's a rapper. Wants to hide.
He's white or black?
Mexican.
Oh, yeah, if he's Mexican, yeah. Well, say what up to him real quick.
Oh.
Did you say what up?
Not yet.
Are you nervous, bro? It's just a guy, dude. It's not a hot girl. I get Lefty gunplay. Hey, tell him to walk up here real quick.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. How are you, man?
Good.
You want some?
Hell no.
All right, guys, so we're going to tell Zan we got to redo it because Alex kind of fucked up the shot. So when we redo it, he's going to think water's coming, but we're going to actually prank him, and I'm going to throw rotten milk. Can we redo it one more time?
Yeah.
He fucked it up. All right, ready?
Join Google Fi Wireless and get $800 off Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with $300.
Whoa, that was Bill. Oh.
See, so you could add layers to it, you know what I mean? So he thought water was coming. So then we did do a real prank, even though he knew it was coming. I can smell like fingers. So there's this artist by the name of Lefty Gunplay, and he's doing a music video across the street. So Zan's gonna go see if they need any extras. Bro, he's walking up soaking wet. It's funny. How are you, man? Good to see you.
My bad, Danny. You didn't see that kid?
No, I just got here. I missed out.
I just fell, bro. I just ate shit, bro. Danny, I ate shit.
Fall down 7, stand up 8. We never been to a music video before.
Not quite like this.
So this dumbass Tesla just cut us off for some reason. So Zan's putting something on their car. I don't know what he's doing. Elon Musk is my daddy. Alright, this is Dobrik's. Bro, why don't they work? What's he got some repellent on this shit? We brought some oil though.
No, do not oil.
Can you show us?
No, bro, I'm telling you, I've lost it.
So David just ate right now, but we came to see it in real life. Damn, you're like rich, dude. Alex, look at this. This is real wealth, huh?
Here.
But are you happy?
Actually, I'm pretty ecstatic.
You're 11, bro. I'm bored.
Well, right here.
I don't get to make one video every 8 years like you and show my abs.
You ever seen anything like this?
What is that?
Check this out. This is what I'm up to, by the way. Now that.
Bro, you're so bored, dude.
Yeah, watch this. They're cars.
Oh, holy shit, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. Unicorn.
That was actually sick. I'll be honest. If I was like 7, dude, I would have shit my pants.
No.
I don't have an award for anything, dude. Streamy didn't give me an award. I don't understand how I never won a streamy.
You don't have a streaming?
No, it's a joke.
You want one?
Yeah. Can I have one? I actually really wanted one of these.
No, that's my prized possession.
No, I know, I'm kidding.
When the
I drop it and break.
when the fires were hitting LA, those are the only things I put in my car. I did a short film that's like.
Hey, bro, put me in your short film, dude. Come on. I can play a cowboy pretty good. What about a gay cowboy? He could be the gay cowboy.
I can't play gay cowboys.
He goes, I didn't really like it. It wasn't really acting. I suck, bro. Guys, I'll be honest. So pickleball really took over my life. My views plummeted to like 30% of what they were, and I had to cold turkey stop. So it's been a while. I do think if me and David did doubles, we'd beat every creator.
I agree. Yeah.
But we should talk shit in my video like that.
Yo, Jake Paul, fuck you. Danny and I are coming for you. Danny, you go.
Well, when we're on the same team later, maybe.
Oh, never mind. Later.
I like Jake, but he can't play like ball sports, you know?
Are you sure?
They can like jump off a ring, yeah, or punch someone, but that's not gonna help them in pickleball. Come play us in pickleball, bitch. Oh, let's fucking go! I'm so fucking tired.
Nice.
I'll be honest, I'm so tired right now.
They call him Danny Resets.
They call me Danny Reed. I feel like I ran like 2 miles, bro. I swear to God.
All right, curves a little to the left.
That's crazy.
Pressure's on.
You don't have to pay me if I make it. That's close. That's close. Oh my God, dude!
No.
Oh, dude, it's so cool. Wait, just wait, dude. It might go in. The win. If I make it in $1,000 bucks.
Don't just fucking drive it.
Dude, I was gonna hit it.
I know the second I said 1,000, I'm like, he doesn't want this. Okay, well, that's nice.
Oh fuck.
Wait, dude.
I didn't hit it. No, I didn't hit it hard enough.
Wait, no, you got it off the lead.
The leaf fucked me up. That's a little better. There we go.
That's that be my shot? Yep. Oh! There we go.
I needed a warm up though, unfortunately.
Dude, you wanna go?
Yeah, I need $1,000.
Oh god, this little too hard.
No, it's gonna bounce back. You got it.
Off the pickleball?
Ah, shit. This is your only kitchen, or do you have 2 kitchens?
I just have one.
You only have 1 kitchen?
I know, it does suck.
Bro, are you fucking kidding me? I didn't get one of these? Bro, this is what I'm talking about, dude. I pull in views consistently every month, and this dude just sits on his ass playing pickleball, retired, and you get a vending machine? Where the fuck is my vending machine at? And it doesn't even fucking work?
No, it does.
Okay, that's sick. Anyone at Feastables, someone better fucking get me one of these, or I'm gonna be coming for you guys here soon. This is amazing, dude.
I won that at an auction.
Bro, what is wrong with his fucking heels?
That's crazy.
Is that real?
Dude, that took me 4 years to notice that he had feet like that. This is, I think, honestly, one of the most expensive pieces in the house.
Dude, this should be. A lot of you guys don't know because you don't have houses, but when you own a house one day, you'll need something like
You
this.
need to have something.
I want a copy of this, but key one.
First slice ever sold from Dobrik's.
I
Big deal.
love that. That looks like the slice I ate because I only took 1 bite and threw it away.
Fuck you.
Honestly though, how did I not get
Here.
Breakout Creator?
Do you want this one?
But how did I not get Breakout Creator?
What year would you have got?
Not in 20. I don't know, but dude, I've been killing it for too long. I should be getting
Maybe
something.
this is your year.
I was nominated once, but I
Here,
didn't
take
go.
this one.
You don't need this?
You can have it.
Thanks, dude.
Damn, that's crazy.
I didn't know you support Elon.
That's really funny.
That's
you should
fucked
put
up.
it here.
I heard he's a Nazi. I've heard that.
I made the prank video. God damn it. You didn't put it on.
When it stick.
Prank proof. But I drive that the most. You asked him.
You should get rid of that. Shit's gay.
Somebody told me that the other day. I don't think so.
It is gay, dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's like if you got a girl pregnant, like that's what you would give her to drive around.
That's
so fucking rude. It's like my baby.
No, I'm not being rude. I'm being honest. That is true. Everyone watching agrees. There's no
way.
Well, real quick,
Good shot of that car.
let's get a good shot. Look, there's no male watching this video right now that's like, that's smart and sick. In my opinion, I don't know. What do you think, Alex? Alex would give his wife that car.
I think it's so cool. It sparkles.
You might have autism like Zan. And when you said sparkles, that's another like confirmation that
Really, that's a word?
this is sick. The only thing that makes this gay is the convertible.
No.
Yeah, convertible's like midlife crisis.
Yeah, we're gonna sell all these cars.
I mean nothing, bro. I drive a Model 3. I have nothing to say here. But all of these are worth more than my shit. I mean, it's probably comfy though.
Bro, this is the best car. Oh, like,
You actually
on the
like
planet. Yes, I fucking will die by this thing. It's amazing.
Yeah, dude, you're matching the shorts in the car. Come on, dude.
Fuck, man, I'm really falling apart here.
And Elon is your daddy.
And you have
No, this is probably a good work car though, like the big boxes. You can't do it in the Ferrari.
Yeah. Come on.
How much was this? How much was it?
I want to
Last joke. How much was it though, honestly?
It's 300.
You paid 300. Are you for real?
Fuck you.
Dude, it really was 300,000?
Yes. John convinced me to buy it.
Who's John?
This guy.
Fuck this guy, dude. Fuck this guy and fuck this car, dude.
He wanted me to buy it because Aston told him that he'd get a free hat from them if I bought the car. The hat was nice though.
You want me to be honest? You should be in prison. After this video, I never want to see this car again. In life, there's decisions that you'll have to make. Don't let your friends cause decisions like that as well. Let's take your Aston Martin and get in and out. Can you take us? Shotgun. Okay, never mind. Oh, it sounds good. Oh, your security's already here?
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Always wanted a security guard.
Like everyone in Florida just like operates under these signs of guns.
I do have guns here and
Really, actually, I have 6 feet, well, which I don't really like talking about, but
yeah, we won't put that in.
no, you could put it in. I'm just saying, pretty.
We'll put it in then. This car's sick, man. Rev it a little.
Yeah.
Oh shit, dude.
Hi. Yeah.
Fucking retard, bro!
Hell yeah.
I love you!
Hell yeah, dude.
I love you!
Came out of retirement. He's back.
She ran right in front of the car. Dude, I was watching the thing. This and Natalie. That, like, found.
Oh, I know. World's most boring town.
Yeah, that was so funny. Well, I was just watching the video. That bit specifically, I'm like, this shit only happens when you have a camera and you're logged in. There's something about
Little pussy boy.
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea. But first...
You say we're retarded?
See what? Look at it in the light, huh? Look at it shimmer.
Dude, man, I'll be honest, dude. Maybe I'm wrong. Guys, I'm sorry if I'm talking too much shit and I'm wrong.
Is it kind of growing on you now that you got a little ride in it, or is it still the same feelings?
My friend bought this car, this blue car. He loves it. I just wanted, what are your thoughts on it? Be honest.
Color's nice.
But the car, would you say the car's gay?
You got a good point. The color's nice.
Yeah, see, so they agree.
I shouldn't have come in and out. I didn't know it was going to be more rain.
Oh, what do you think of this car?
That car? That's
Yeah.
yours?
Yeah. No, that's not mine. No, what are your thoughts on it?
Who is it though?
My friends.
Don't twist ours.
I think you need to like switch it up, bro. I don't know. Let's give it
fucking head.
Do you fuck with it or not?
I like the rims, I like the color, but I don't like the the SUV vibes.
Agreed.
We were going to give it to the first person that fucking loved it.
Guys, one time I had to blow my nose really bad in my car, like a couple days ago. All I had was my hoodie, because it was in the back seat, so I blew my nose with it and put it in the back seat. Did you find that in my car?
Yeah. It's cold out.
So he's wearing it, but he doesn't know.
Doesn't know what? Hit this for me.
Oh, yeah.
No. You owe me $20. Yo, please. You owe me $20. No, actually.
Bro, you better get your fucking hands off me. Bro, relax. You see how you're freaking out right now? You should not be freaking out about it.
That's why I need it.
Breathe.
That's why I need to hit it.
Breathe. I can't like hold you down like that.
Can't rage bait me.
No, I'm not rage baiting.
Can't rage bait me.
If we don't find out, I'll give you $20, okay? All good. Don't let these little things like fucking stress you out and shit. Like you can't depend on them is what I'm saying.
Oh, like you're right.
It's like if I had a car and you scratch my rim and I'm like, what do you scratch my car rim? You know?
Fuck, man, that was, dude. Seeing these in person is kind of crazy.
What?
Just you interact with people, it's fucking wild.
I wasn't actually gonna hit him. I was joking around.
You find his name?
No, I Venmo'd him though. I felt bad. This is what David should have got.
Look familiar. Where have I seen you?
You watch gay porn? No,
Yeah, that's where I've seen you.
The only bad thing is now, like when people see you in this car, if they've watched my video, they're just gonna talk shit.
I know.
So maybe we don't put it in.
No, definitely put it in. There's no way to cut around it. It felt like I was there for like 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired.
Yeah, Danny almost fought somebody. It's also so funny to watch him film you because he looks like such a sweetheart.
Yeah, he is a sweetheart.
Number 5 for the gay blue car.
That felt like I was on like a field trip.
How y'all doing? How everybody doing?
What's up, player?
Player, how y'all doing? What y'all got going?
I got beautiful celebrities back here with me.
Okay.
I'll take you by that house with 1,000 bottles of baby oil in.
Where's that one? That's his house. All right, we're going on my friend's pickleball show. I brought Q on because I think he'd be funny for the show. He's not much of a pickleball star. Oh, what's up? Yeah. I'm Danny. Nice to meet you. We don't want to be here either, man. Sorry.
No, we're good.
He's forced me to do this.
You want makeup or not?
No. I want 20 pounds added to me, though. Matt, you wear makeup?
Not supposed to. They wanted you with me on either.
Come on, dude. He's got us sitting here like he's about to break up with me. I gotta talk to you about something.
And then the skateboard world.
Who would give you a show? Honestly.
Pickleball TV.
Why'd you hit my butt cheek? There it is. Oh, let's go, baby! Turn around. Yeah, give me that. I don't have good aim with the paddle. Yeah, he passes out randomly. That's how you know this show's boring as fuck. I would say pickleball's not really much of a black person sport either, though. Once black people find out about pickleball, they're taking over. Let's go, baby! Dang it, dude. I should have tried harder. Well-made paddles, you know?
You lost. It's time for 10 butts up.
Dude, I think they're not retarded. They understand that I lost. This guy acts like his viewers are like brain dead, dude. Like they can't comprehend anything.
He always like set it up. Set it up.
Nah, it is better.
You need to transition.
Better to have it than not have it. I agree. I'm picturing like cavemen watching this show, dude. He didn't even start at Purdue. This guy's a clown, dude. He had to switch to pickleball because he couldn't make it in tennis. What are we at, man? It's starting to sting a little. My butt's stinging.
May the fourth be with you.
Zandy and Uber, so I just Ubered him here. So he's pulling up, so we're gonna do it again. It's 3:41. It says he gets dropped off at 3:42. We literally dumped the shit on him yesterday. I don't think he'll suspect it at all. I told you, bro. He thought he would like maybe think. I was like, he won't even fucking think about this.
Did you expect this today?
I did.
Lightning never strikes twice in the same spot.
Only here. So I don't know the full story, but apparently Elon is now one of the most hated men in the world. And apparently if you own a Tesla, they're going around vandalizing all the Teslas. We actually made these bumper magnets, and we're gonna go put them on Teslas. A lady was yelling earlier about Elon being Hitler or some shit, and she was in a Volkswagen. It just confused me a little because Volkswagen was pretty much made by Hitler. Volkswagen means like people's car. He made that. He wanted to make a cheap, reliable car for Germany. There's people driving around in Volkswagens right now. But these people are vandalizing this car instead of that. Why aren't they vandalizing the Volkswagens? I've even seen people put the wrong bumper stickers on their car that say, I bought this Tesla before Elon went crazy.
That's the horniest car I've ever seen.
I've never heard that before. All right, first for everything. Hey, how you guys doing? Good to see you. You guys twins? Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I love me a good set of twins. No homo.
We've been working out since we were like 13, 14 years old.
Hell yeah. It turned green, dude. It turned green. That's messed up.
What is it?
You should not support Elon like that.
Oh.
You're fucked up.
How fucked up?
What do you think of Elon? What do you think of him?
I think he sucks too.
You think what?
And you're having a good time.
Why do you have that on your car? We were about to get food, but Zan wanted to throw it on these 3 cars real quick.
I just wanted to see if you wanted one of these bumper stickers. They're I Heart Elon Musk bumper sticker. You're all good? All right, yeah, no worries. No, I'm just kidding.
You ain't want that?
Yeah.
Just kidding. Keep walking.
Oh, yeah.
Put my hands on.
All right. I'm just kidding.
Don't even get close.
People don't like him when they attack me for it. You ever thought about that?
Yeah, no, we're just joking.
Playing game.
Yeah, well, I was gonna take it right off.
No, you're gonna get your ass whooped right out here.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Right out here, this is where your ass is gonna be whooped.
Yeah, we're just
Go
joking.
away.
Okay.
Go away.
All right. Have a great day.
Yeah, you have a great day.
All right, thank you. just think this is a more serious matter than we thought it was, you know?
No, I think you don't think it's serious. I knew that would happen. Dude, what's Elon Musk is my dad. These people support that stuff. Dude, look. This Tesla said, I bought this before Elon went crazy. Go put one on there, Zan.
I put another one on for you.
Bro, I like your bumper sticker. Do you like Elon Musk? I like that. Where do you have any more of them?
What's this? I don't know. Actually, it's not mine, but it's funny. Oh, it's...
Oh, a magnet. You love it, huh?
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh. It's just prank.
There he is. The magnet. Come check it out. Let me know what you think. The guy just grabbed the magnet. Where'd he put it? In his butt? Oh, dude, no way. They got the security guard here because of the bumper magnets. Yeah, everyone keeps honking about our stickers. Because we put the bumper stickers on the back of the car. You see what I mean? So, like, people don't like, in LA, people don't like the bumper sticker. Elon really has a way with humans, man. Oh, there he is. Put one on his car, dude. Put one on his car. Alright, here we go. Oh, he's going.
Oh, he's flicking you off. Oh, he's recording.
Zan, do it. Do it.
Yeah.
He's trying to get over. Look at That shit's funny, dude. I feel kind of bad. We were just trying to give him a bumper sticker.
Yeah, what? Daddy!
Better get in the light screen, man.
Alright, come on, guys. Come on.
Where do you guys need a ride to?
To Target.
These random kids need a ride, so we're just taxiing real quick.
You're close. You're very close.
Oh, shit! Bro, relax. Oh, you guys are in safe hands. You don't need it when you're with me, man. We're good.
How do you say Elon Musk is my daddy in Spanish?
Mi papi. Elon Musk. Es mi papi. How do you say it?
Es mi papá.
Es mi papá. The NBA playoffs are almost here, and Underdog is a place to play if you're a fan looking to cash in on all your favorite athletes. So the last 2 days we pranked Zane. We fuck into a W with Underdog. So the last 2 days we pranked Zan, so this is day 3.
Pickle juice.
Hershey's, dude. You think we'll make it out of here alive tonight?
We're going to the hot springs tonight. My hair is smoking off.
Oh, what the fuck is going on?
In the moment, I'm so new to the game, and I have my guy right here being like, hey bro, I don't want to do contracts right now. And then I have someone here being like, dude, we just interviewed Donald Trump. This could change your life.
Okay, so you're basically
wait, let me
explaining
finish.
I'm not loyal, I'm a piece of...
I am a loyal guy, and I said, hey.
No, you're basically saying...
I said, hey bro, I want to get a
I'm a
contract.
little nerd piece of that has no loyalty. All I care about is in the moment clout. Robot. He has no contract with me, and then someone...
Fired me, and then you would...
No contract with me, and then someone...
Fired me, and then you wouldn't give me a contract.
I don't fire you. You left me, idiot. Dumb.
Was back in court, not only facing new charges, but apparently sporting a new look. There's talk about a potential delay in his criminal trial. A lot of conversation surrounding one key the alleged victim and also more updates about what his life is like behind bars. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Sean Combs was back in a New York federal courtroom yesterday, and because there are no cameras in there, annoying, yes, very, very annoying. I could probably do a whole show about how annoying that is. No, we don't have a visual or audio account of what happened, but I tell you what we do have. We're going to have our very own reporter who was in that courtroom. She's going to be on in a second to talk more about it, because before we get into what happened and also how Combs looked, that's an interesting part about it as well, I want to lay the stage here a little bit why he was in court. So the reason the embattled rap mogul was in court is because he was arraigned on a third superseding indictment that was filed against him by prosecutors earlier this month. It expands the charges. So yes, he's still facing sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution charges, but this new indictment adds 2 charges and has some differences in language we'll talk about a bit too. But apparently, in court, there was a lot of discussion regarding one particular alleged victim, a possible trial delay, and also Combs looks really different from the last time you saw him. And this comes as there are new reports about Combs' life behind bars, and we got our hands too, by the way, on the jury questionnaire to be sent out to prospective jurors as we barrel towards a May 5th jury selection, potentially opening statements by May 15th. This is ambitious, probably. So I want to get into it, and I want to bring on the person who usually I talk with her over, on our platform here. I never have her in person. She was in that courtroom for this hearing, saw Combs with her very own eyes. She's with me on set right now, Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner. Good to see you.
Good to see you as always, Jesse.
Thanks. I'm happy. It's the first time we've been on set, so I really appreciate it. Talk to us about how he looked, because I think that was a big point of interest, right? How Sean Combs looked.
Always. I feel like last time we saw him in court, he just looked very gray, very white. There's been rumors that he used to dye his hair, but also prison, being there for months on end kind of ages you, and that's what we kind of are seeing now. I remember first being inside that courtroom and being like, whoa, this is Diddy right over here. But now it's like, he looks like just a regular man, strip away the designer shoes, the designer outfits, the Diageo liquor and all of that stuff, and really we're just looking at a regular man who's about to face trial. When he came in, he kind of did, the Diddy thing where he kind of looks at everyone in the room, kind of appears very confident. He sat down, he hugged Tenny Garagos, because inside the courtroom yesterday was just Mark Agnifilo and Tenny Garagos, but he sat right beside his attorneys, hugged her, kind of was chugging water in between, but seemed kind of in good spirits. There wasn't any family there, but from my understanding, it was kind of a last-minute hearing. Originally, everything was supposed to be handled on Friday, and instead it was moved to Monday for some reasons that I'm sure we'll get into in just a little bit.
So just to be clear, he had white hair, like a white beard.
Not a white beard this time.
Not a white beard.
He shaved the face. He had a little goatee, but the goatee was still white gray.
Did he gain any weight?
He has put on a couple pounds, and if you're in prison, or excuse me, in a detention center for a while, and you're, stuck with like honey buns or canned fish or like food that's not necessarily the healthiest, as opposed to eating from like 5-star chefs or anything like that. He did put on a couple pounds, especially from the December hearing. I feel like the December hearing, it was kind of after the shock of being in a detention center for a couple months. Now it's like, okay, he's settled in, he's put on the weight back. So
how was his demeanor, from what you could tell?
His demeanor seemed very, I always kind of get a little apprehensive saying uplifted, because who is uplifted being in a detention center on in, coming into a courtroom and seeing that your family's not there or anything like that. But Diddy's never going to show that he's not confident in any aspect, knowing that a lot of people are watching him. You can bet that he probably may have watched a couple sidebars, may have read a couple articles about what people are saying about him when it comes to how he's appearing. So it kind of feels like before every court hearing, Mark Agnifilo or whoever the attorney may be that goes outside kind of speaks to Diddy before the judge comes in and everything like that. So maybe it's a pep talk that he's giving behind those closed doors. I'm unaware of what really those conversations are, but you're never going to see Diddy slipping, especially when eyes are on him.
And you talk about the conversation he has with his attorneys. There's been a lot of reports that Mark Agnifilo, the acclaimed celebrity attorney, is now joining Combs' defense team. Was he in court? Any word that he's part of the team officially?
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that, because I was actually working on a story for Law and Crime News about it.
Everybody check it out.
Yes, everyone check it out. So that's what I was kind of wanting to do whenever I walked inside the court today. But it was just who, by the way, is Mark Garagos' daughter. I think a lot of people know that, and just Mark Agnifilo. But Mark Garagos himself was not inside the courtroom. I was watching some clips, because I know he has a 2 Angry Men podcast with TMC's Harvey Levin. And Harvey Levin even was like, your client is telling people that you're going to be representing him, and Mark Garagos is playing very coy about it. He didn't answer the question fully, but from the reports that have been suggesting that he will play a major role come trial. But, you know, last time we checked it on the paperwork, no mention of it being filed just yet.
Hey, I want to quickly thank our incredible new sponsor, Durian, for sponsoring Sidebar. And this is a big deal. Free credit details. Okay.
Victim 2. And so from what we understand,
are in this new indictment.
well, obviously we have the new 2 charges added. So we'd have count 4 being sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. And that kind of mainly pertains to victim 2. And so from what we understand about victim 2, from what the defense is, victim 2 was a former girlfriend of Diddy. And those charges kind of range from 2021 to about 2024.
Recent.
Very recent, exactly. And so when it comes to count 5 in particular, it's interesting because I know as far as the defense, they wanted the Mann Act, that charge to be tossed. They said that it's racist, and then the prosecution adds that charge to count 5. And so those dates range still pretty recent, from 2021 to about 2024.
And that's transportation to engage in prostitution,
Yes,
right? And I think they still have the charge with victim 1, but now they have victim 2.
Yes, victim 2. And so, and when it comes to transportation to engage in prostitution, that also applies to alleged victim number 2 as well, too.
Great. And I also thought there was, I noticed there's a new a special sentencing factor for the racketeering conspiracy charge, which obviously they want the max on this. And when you're looking at racketeering conspiracy, he's potentially looking at life in prison, so they added a specialization there. And then I saw some language too, like they really wanted to amplify that at least 2 of his victims, who are not even victim 1, 2, 3, or 4, but just these 2 individuals, one he allegedly dangled off a balcony, one he pointed a firearm at or brandished a firearm. They wanted to be really clear it was a female victim. It's like they wanted it to be very specific. So what was the discussion in court of this new indictment? What did both sides say? What did the judge say? And how did Combs plead?
Yeah, so Diddy pleaded not guilty to the second superseding indictment. He did waive the judge reading the indictment, so we didn't get to hear a full reading inside the court. You know, all of the reporters pretty much had it printed out. So we understand kind of what the meat is behind the second superseding indictment. But Diddy stood tall when the judge asked him, how do you plead? He just said not guilty, sat back down, and that was kind of the end of it. And then we all thought, as reporters, I know for myself, I especially did, that maybe it'd be the end of the hearing, but then we got more into just some other matters that I'm sure we'll also get into in a second.
Sure, but no complaining from the defense, like, hey, you just threw another indictment at us. Does this change anything? I mean, they've made prior comments that it doesn't change anything, but like, did anybody address the substance of, you know, you're adding these new charges with respect to victim 2, anything like that in court?
From my understanding, from the defense and their perspective, is that they are in regular communication with the government. They were even communicating, as they mentioned, on Saturday and Sunday, just kind of talking about a possible adjournment, a 2-week adjournment, when it pertains to the superseding indictment, mainly because they want more time, essentially. But it wouldn't be too long. It was only for about 2 weeks. And I think the issue comes up on whether or not speedy trial is kind of in effect, and that was kind of brought up. But as far as the defense and kind of the discussions right after Diddy pleaded, their issues were pretty much about discovery, and delaying openings might be a possibility, and that was something that they want to explore. I feel like we'll hear a lot more on whether or not that'll actually happen at the next court hearing on Friday.
That's on Friday. I'll talk about that in a second. It's interesting you mentioned delay, and I want to just amplify something about this, because we did it, by the way, the judge said we're a freight train moving towards trial, so they're reporting on that. By the way, when he said it, is he like annoyed? Is he like, this is what you wanted? Like, can you sense from the judge if he would be like, let's all delay? Do you think he wants a delay? I mean, I'm kind of asking you to read.
Yeah, I know. He's kind of a hard judge to read a little bit. I do have to give him props because he seems very fair to both sides. I think a lot of times, more so than, you know, issuing rulings, issuing judgment, he's more mediating between both sides. He'll say things along the lines of, so what I'm hearing is that you as the defense wants this, or what I'm hearing from you as the government want this, kind of trying to translate for both sides in their own words, whether or not. But he did make it a point that we have been moving very quickly, and trial is supposed to start in a matter of weeks, but with all this new information coming out, it's like, how really
do you have a trial? Because here's the problem. I did a sidebar on this, and I feel confident to say that I kind of sided with the defense's argument that you will need a delay. Why do I say this? Because I did a previous sidebar on this, but the defense accused the prosecution of trying to introduce all of this evidence of uncharged conduct, old allegations of sexual abuse in the 11th hour. Now, the defense objected, say this is totally unfair. It would make the trial longer. They said it was prejudicial. And how could they prepare in time for this when a lot of it, they say, is so old, and how do they fight against it. I thought that was a good argument. It's an argument that we saw in the Harvey Weinstein case. I mean, it's a different kind of case, but uncharged conduct was used to actually prosecute him and convict him, and appellate court looked at that, actually overturned his conviction. Different scenario, but the point is, if they're going to bring in all this stuff from years and years ago that he's not been charged with, I was like, okay, maybe they have an argument. How are they supposed to properly prepare? There has to be a delay. Anything like that in court?
Nothing like that just yet. I feel like we're gonna really get like the full scope and the full picture come Friday. But there was a lot of discussion just over a lot of material when it pertains to alleged victim number 4.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And so from my understanding of victim 4, from the notes that I had took, because we're not allowed cell phones unless you get special permission or anything like that. But the way that the defense was making their arguments, and this was by Tinny Garagos, is that alleged victim 4, who pertains to the racketeering charge, will set the stage for RICO. And for our understanding from the defense, that this person is very important to actually both sides. What we do know about this person is that she has been working with Diddy for a while now, for a number of years, and she has been working with the government, the alleged victim, since the beginning. Now, they were concerned about 3,500, and I know you, as a lawyer, probably know a lot more about what that...
It's basically the statements from government witnesses.
Got it.
Yeah.
But a lot of the issues surrounding her role come trial is going to be about the emails. So what the defense is pretty much asking, and the government said that this was kind of unprecedented, so I'm definitely interested to hear your thoughts on whether or not the government should be in possession of all of these emails from alleged victim number 4. So the defense wants these emails, but the interesting thing about the defense wanting these emails is these emails are back and forth between the defendant, that being Diddy. So the government is trying to ask why, if the emails are back and forth,
release the emotions, the pain, the negative thoughts, but we still got a job to do, son. Those tears gonna turn into sweat. And be heroic here. I ain't gonna condemn you in here. This is the place we do that. This is a safe space for you. You can cry if you got to, but eventually get to the hard work and put your body so it can obey you. But you gotta work. You got it? Good job, boy.
With Diddy, would you need to go through us, the government, who obtain and get possession of these emails when you're back and forth between your client and alleged victim number 4. And so the defense's arguments, they were saying that this witness is someone who is cherry-picking information, cherry-picking the type of messages that they are sending over to the government to kind of help build their case as far as evidence goes. They screenshotted messages to the government, but the problem is this alleged victim has 100,000 emails in her possession that are very critical, the defense is saying, but the government isn't taking possession of it. And so the defense is left without pretty much a lot of important materials that they feel like need the full context, the full scope. But again, if there are emails back and forth between Diddy, why wouldn't they be in possession?
So two things that come to mind is one, does Diddy actually have them? Did he delete them? You know, but another thing that comes to my mind is there's been so much discussion by the part of the defense that the warrants that were used to collect evidence, that the applications for the warrants were incomplete. They said the prosecution used cherry-picked communication. They didn't give the magistrate judge enough information to decide whether there was probable cause here for a warrant. And their argument has been if the judge had the full context of the conversations or the full context of the text messages or emails, maybe they would have said, wait a minute, this looks like a consensual relationship. Maybe there's no crime here. Maybe there should be no warrants here. And the bottom line is if you provide an incomplete picture to a judge, an application for a warrant, the warrant's invalid. Anything that you get as part of that warrant, all that evidence should be tossed. So it seems to me this goes in line with their argument. And I think they're very curious to see, what did victim 4 provide you? What exactly did you provide you? What did you take from it? Was it the full picture? I don't know, that goes to my mind, but that's really interesting. And it's interesting because the victim 4 is not actually individually charged like with sex trafficking, as the victim of sex trafficking or transportation to engage in prostitution, but seems like an important person nonetheless. Was there anything else that happened in court that you thought was interesting?
Yeah, the government's response was pretty interesting. That pretty much that when they had spoke with the defense over the weekend, there was no issue about discovery. That actually came up on Sunday, and now we know that the hearing was on Monday. And so the government pretty much is objecting to the adjournment, that being the 2-week kind of pause. When it pertains to victim 4, they did learn that these emails include several thousands to the defendant. We already know this. They were addressed to Diddy, and say they produced the emails to the defense. So they're, again, not able to get the full extent of the emails. But when it comes to the judge's response, he told the defense pretty much, if you want to subpoena the documents, just go ahead and do it. And so to your point about the freight train heading to trial, we're expecting more paperwork to especially be filed in these next 48 hours. So that's why I always divert to Friday. We should learn a lot more, at least get some things kind of settled out in terms of the matter of where we're all going with this, because Mayfield's coming very, very soon.
Very, very soon. I wanted to ask you something else. As somebody who knows the ins and outs of this case, who's been at so many of these hearings, has been following and doing reports on it, I want your opinion on something. So we got our hands on a draft jury questionnaire that was filed in this case, something that will apparently be sent out to prospective jurors in this case. And it reads like other jury questionnaires by providing this.
outside. What you doing? That's right. I got this ceiling, dog. Sometimes I think, oh, I'm doing pretty good. And then I look up, like, fuck, no, there's so much. It's a big ass ceiling. Yeah. Huh? Trying to be fucking stay positive. Got this shit. I was supposed to lock in my brother over here with the contract, and then that fool didn't end up fucking locking in. That's what, bro. This fool wanted all kinds of shit, and I just kept like, nah, like.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? A contract? You're gonna do a contract with your brother?
I'm doing contracts with everybody now.
Well,
Manny, yeah, everybody. Louis, yeah. That way they know what percentage they're getting, there's no miscommunication, you know what I mean? I'll get some water real quick. But, yeah, so the first people that I was locking in was Andrew and Manny, because Louis is already on board, bro, so Louis is going to be easy, but Andrew, because he's a big, I felt like he was a big part of this, as far as,
you know him, dude.
I know, but I just thought like, bro, he's like the yin to the yang, homie. So like, I just figured, okay, cool. When I'm not here, he could be here. Like, he'll help me run the business. Like, he's already doing it for his stream, so I'm like, you're already getting the same idea of what I'm trying to do. And then he just kept throwing things, bro. He asked for like a $15 food expense a week. He wanted to get paid $15 a day or a week just to get food, like food for the fridge. And then he wanted to get like gas money, like $30 a week for guests. Bro, he was asking for all kinds of stuff, so I was like, oh.
So that's what to get back to work, I mean.
Well, then that's what the next thing was, is that I guess my sister was gonna help him get a job working the nights over there.
Where?
Wherever she's working, I don't know where she's at the Jacksonville. Is that where she's working?
I think it's Chipotle, yeah.
I don't know where she's working, but she's working wherever she's working. That's where he was gonna help her get a job, and then, what happened? And then, so he's thinking about doing that, but then he was like, well, then I'm thinking about doing it over there at the shop. So he's like, instead of going over there and getting a job, he's like, I'd rather work more for some content. He's like, are you willing to pay me just hourly? And I was like, bro, what the fuck? It don't work that way.
Tell that nigga you got 2 kids, bro. Time to grow up.
I don't know, bro. I just. Oh.
You need health insurance, you need dental, you need all that shit.
Right? Like, fuck.
Let's be honest, it's not like you mean or rude.
No, me neither. I get it. So. Yeah, so I had to sit back and realize, you know what, man, as much as I want this to be the way I want it to be like this, I didn't want it to be like this. You know what I mean? And he kept Manny around. I thought Manny was about to be out. Fucking Manny over here wants to get on board. So now I just gotta put a contract together for Manny. And then make sure.
Like, it's low key on. I love the mom shit, man. It's in my pops.
Oh.
Like I said, I'm low key getting depressed, but I'm not working. I feel fucking fun. But even then, like, I don't have to go over there and just hang out. I mean, I want to do my thing. But right now, I'm just like, I don't want this nigga to take off. I don't want this nigga to get lost. This nigga's hungry.
You should bring that fool over here. That's for the man.
I want to go over there, dog. That fool's on some other shit. Like, that wasn't routine. He gets up, he watches the news, and then, like, he fucking watches his soap operas. Like, he has a schedule, dick, and like, he just wanted my mom just,
See, they just let him, but that's just letting him run away. You gotta be like, nah, hey, homie, we're going to work today. Even if he's just sitting there, like, as long as he's with his son, he don't gotta do it. He just got to sit there and watch his son fucking work. Get to hang out with his son, like.
You know, trust me, fool. My dad's old school, dick. He's gonna look at it like the way your dad looks at it. Oh, that's a clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
What the fuck you doing here? Like, dude, you gotta go back to work. Like, I ain't know my pops.
Yeah, no, that's true. Damn, yeah, he's like my pops.
And then with that shit, and then fucking, just trying to fucking, hey, you hungry? Like I said, like, take care of another kid, fool, grown ass kid. Make sure he showers and, I'm probably gonna have to shower this fool. Like, this fool doesn't take a good shower. Like, fool is fucking,
yeah, it's a lot of work, bro.
I'm like, fuck, but when I go back to work, what am I gonna accomplish now? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's my next goal? Like,
See, that's another thing too.
and then like, I don't even think I'm trying to go back ASAP. I'm like, I already told my doctor, like, I'm good. She's like, we gotta finish your therapy first. And I'm like, fuck. Like, I wanna go back. And I'm this weekend, next week, and then she's already, they call me and they're like, hey, bro, like, my boss, but like the fucking, cause I'm getting paid through my insurance.
Okay.
And they're like, you have to be going to therapy. And I'm like, cause I don't need it. I'm ready to go back. They're like, no, you gotta go back. You gotta finish the therapy. And I'm like, the lady told me, like, she doesn't think I need it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ready to go back already. Like, I fucked my shit up. I'm not crippled. I can walk. Like, I can go back. And they're like, no, you gotta go through this routine.
Yeah.
And I was just like, fuck.
For your body, bro. Mentally, your mind is right, but your body, bro, it's different.
I guess so.
Yeah, dog, listen to these people. They're not there to just fucking be there. They pay to be there.
Well, that's why I look at like these first money, like they never keep on saying
I mean, yeah, that too, but they know the system, like they know that, like the body needs that, so at the end of the day, the government is like, fuck, alright, fine, like that one I have to approve.
Yeah, so if I go back, then I can probably get hurt and I can get a lawsuit.
Then you get really fucking on this individual life.
Anyway, we got
Right here, fucking knocking this fucking wood out, trying to get this ceiling right. So I got a lot of work, bro. And then I had off today and I fucking slept instead of came over here, so now
you need that sometimes.
I know, but then I got Nadia tripping on me. She texted me today saying that like she doesn't want me taking money out of the account no more for like over here. I'm like, fuck.
What do you mean? Ain't that your money? Or you guys share?
I mean, we share accounts, but I'm always taking money for the shop too. Like, but recently I've been spending money for the shop. I went out to Six Flags with my daughter. Like, just random shit.
Fuck yeah, that's dope.
I mean,
Six Flags?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was on summer or spring break. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck it.
Is it you and her?
Yeah, just me and her.
Dope.
Well, she ended up taking one of her friends, and then she saw some other friends there too. But I mean, it was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was a good time. But fuck, man.
That's life, right?
That's exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is all life. But she's tripping, bro. We got a next kid coming on the way. We got her
Is she
emotions.
working around?
Yeah, she's still working.
No, I get it though.
But she works from home. She works on the phones, so it's not hard.
I get it.
But
she's going through that because she's pregnant. She's pregnant, so the damn hormones are making her fucking.
yeah, that's exactly it. I just gotta tell her low key what she wants to hear, but like I mean it, but at the same time, like she needs to hear it. Like, you know what I mean?
No, I get it.
She needs that confirmation.
No, I get it.
So yeah, that's what I'm dealing with too, dog. Like,
That's life. Life's a bitch, then you live it. But just stay strong, focused, and you know it's a marathon. It's not a fucking lap.
so I say like, I was watching some
5 years
shit.
in, you can probably be 5 years in, but hey, bro, like, hey, I mean, sometimes I'm tripping on these fools. Like, I look at these like actors and like these fucking these I don't know, these athletes or whoever hits their peak. I said like 30s to 20s, bro. Like especially in our age, but back then too, even then, like they had these actors who were like 35, 36, playing 21-year-olds, and all of a sudden they hit that break to play a certain role, and they get the jackpot. You know, I don't know, like I don't expect it. It's never too, you know. Like, I bet you motherfuckers in their 40s would be like, damn, I wish I was 35 again. You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. I just want to be able to live my life, bro.
We're still in our prime. Put it that way. That's all. That's the main point. We're still
Yes, bro.
we're still in our prime. You know what I'm saying? We're doing good. You know what I'm saying? We still got health. We still got fucking. You know what I mean? We look young. You know what I mean? People don't even think that we're that old and shit. Like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, trust me.
You gotta take advantage, dog.
Exactly. That's all this time.
I look back at the last 5 years, like if you remember on Facebook, I'm just like, God damn. But when I look back on my 20s, I was a fucking idiot. I was a kid, fool. The shit I used to post and the pictures I used to post and
I mean, yeah, we were
I was
growing
still
up.
a fucking kid, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I feel embarrassed, like, reading.
Ah.
Yeah, sad, you know. I'm like, dude, I thought I was cool. I look like a fucking idiot, dog.
Nah, it's just a part of our lives. You go through stuff. I mean, I really got too, like pictures that he posted. Like, hey, what was he thinking? Like,
Yeah, green hair. Nah, I was kidding.
yeah, remember that shit? Like, nah, yeah, it's just.
That was dope, though. That was back in that was trend.
Yeah, it was still, dude. It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I don't know, bro. It's just, I know, I don't mean to lag it on your dick. It's just that I had my kid this weekend.
No, yeah,
And
exactly.
like, he fucking hurt his neck. We went to the pool and I fucking strangled him and he fucked up my fucking his neck.
You fucking guy.
Yeah, but it was like a nice thing. But honestly, like, we do that shit all the time. Like, you know what I mean? But he says that, oh, my neck hurts. But this food's good. I don't know, though. This food just, I don't know. I need to start focusing on him too because I'm trying to build him up. You know what I mean? So,
That's like.
we're just at home all the time. And then we're couch potatoes. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get him active again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta go do boy shit.
Yeah, dog. Let's go for a hike or
Yeah, go to the park.
I know, but you know, there's an electric scooter that doesn't even fucking apply fucking exercise. The scooter just rides, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but is that food what's called? There's no park for like they have like those tunnels, those caves, or yeah, you gotta take that food on adventures, dog.
Yeah, dog, you know what I'm saying? Take him to the batting cages or something, bro. Like,
Yeah, there you go.
you gotta just get it in, bro. Like, let's fucking just run this shit. Cause even me, big like, I mean, like, I know when I go back to work, I'm gonna be in pain because I'm not doing shit. And I wanna be fucking suffering, but I don't know, dude. It's just, my mind's all over the place, I know, put it though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you need to start fucking either exercising or eating breakfast. Like you need to start doing like something, bro. Something
I
like.
was practicing my breathing today. When you know it felt good, you know you do the breathing exercises. I don't know if you see like the jiu-jitsu motherfuckers do that shit. For the stamina, like they practice their breathing.
I know what you're talking about, but I've never done it.
I did that shit today, and dude, that shit made me feel like healthy, dog. I was just like, I don't know, like I just did it because I was just randomly. I was just like, fuck it, let me just, cause I don't know, dog. Just bored, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, they say fucking in the morning you're supposed to brush your teeth. When you're trying to break a habit, you brush your teeth with the opposite hand, and you look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself you love yourself 10 times.
Really?
Yeah, and then you do those meditation breathing exercises, right? Real quick. They you do that every morning, you'll feel like a different person. Like, I mean,
Oh, shit.
yeah, you never heard that shit?
Nah, bro.
Yeah, so again, the way you started is you opposite hand of what you brush your teeth with, you look at yourself in the mirror, and you tell yourself you love yourself 10 times, and then you have those breathing exercises, like those like deep, like you just said, the one that you're like, you really feel different after, like, all that, and you do that for fucking, yeah, you see the difference.
Okay.
Try it out, yeah, fuck yeah, try it out.
Yeah, bro. How's your job going? How's work going?
It's going. I mean, they got me on super part-time right now. They're just cutting people's hours and shit, and moving people around. So yeah, fucking, I don't know if I'm gonna get moved, bro, to be honest. But, I hope not, to be honest, but, yeah, I'm working on it. I get off at 1:30 every day. So,
How long you been there now?
cool, 10 years?
Nah, that long?
Yeah, bro.
You're lying, fool.
I swear.
Dude, I remember when you got canned from that fucking pet shop, fool, when you came over here.
I know, 10 years.
10 fucking years, dog?
Yeah, it was back in August, or January, it was 10 years.
Jesus Christ. See how time flies, fool?
Bro, you're telling me. That's what I'm saying, bro. It ain't nothing like, damn, bro, like.
That's crazy.
for a reason. You need to go through what you need to go through, and then, trust me, you're gonna be here, bro. I know it. I just know it. I can't explain it, but I know it. It's just gonna be a matter of timing has to be right. Everything you have to go through what you need to go through first, and then, you know what I mean? But dabble in every once in a while still, you know what I mean? Like, hold up on the boy. Trust me, dude. Trust me, I see like there's gonna be workaround and yeah, trust me, everybody's gonna have their strengths, bro. Everybody's not gonna play the same position. Everybody's gonna have their different roles. No one right now. I'm just chilling. I was gonna hit up Louis because I know that food gets off late. But I don't think that food gonna pull out. Usually it's off like 2 in the morning, I think, 3 in the morning. I don't even know. They were supposed to come in again, get the shot, but then I switched up the idea and they never hit me up anyway, so I was like, yeah, it ended up working out. But, yeah. We'll see. Fuck, you know, you, like, and again, not even just here, like, well, you, yes, I feel like Rob, they're gonna be a different, like, part of us, like, we're gonna have Frontline Media, but it's gonna be a different part of Frontline, like, with the music, like, we're gonna, bro, this is gonna be huge. If everything works out, this is gonna be huge, and the only reason why, bro, is because technology is not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So as long as we keep adapting to the changes, bro, we're eventually gonna catch on to something. And blow up or something.
I still don't know my role.
If, again, I can't even, I mean, I can guess, right? Like, my guess is that, just again, my right-hand guy, like, I don't wanna say my assistant, but fucking just my help, you know, guy, like, to make sure I'm not making dumb moves type shit, like, my partner type shit, you know what I mean? That way that way he can get it done, and then whatever I can do for you, you can do, like, whether it's physically, like, again, if I have one point of view, you have another point of view, like, bro, you're not thinking of this, or you'll know how the other person's thinking, like, you know what I mean? I don't know, I can't explain it, bro. You have your strengths, you have your strengths, that's what I call it, like, everybody has their thing, and yours is just being able, like, to support us, dog, like, all of us. But again, why? Because again, you can see it from everyone's view. You can see it from, like, you're not, how do I say it? Like, we're all involved, but you're involved, but not too involved to where you're able to see, oh, I see what Rob's talking about, I see what Andrew's talking about, I see what,
outside?
yeah, outside, but you're still in.
Like a third point of view?
Yes, but you're still but you're still like the crew though, you know what I mean? So it's like, but you're the one that gets to see it from out, and then
I'm like flesh and bone. He's never always with like harmony, but he's like there.
Is that what it is?
He's not signing ruthless, but he's there.
Yeah, like he's a part, like, yeah, I mean, guess that would be the close way of saying it, but I don't know though, bro.
Warren G was assigned to Death Row, but there was Nate Dogg, Snoop Dogg, Tupac, Jazz, and Corrupt.
But then,
but Warren G was like the outsider, but he still made Regulated. He's fucking.
Yeah.
I heard you saying.
Bro, trust me, you got like a couple different little strengths, bro. Like,
Well, you know what? I'm too down on myself, fool.
Wait.
That's my another thing.
You know why though?
Being too critical of myself, and I'm like, dude.
Well, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing. The bad thing is that you're critical, but then you got no other outlets. You have no other energy, kind of like bouncing off. Because I get like that too, right? But then I got the guys that come over here once in a while and it switches it up. Like you too, when you come through, you switch it up. You like realign it, like. But when it be over there, you're the only one keeping the fire going. So it's like, bro, who's throwing some gas in this fire, like, other than me? So you need to, come around, bro. Or like, again, just make sure you fuel up. Go around, fuel up, dip out. Like, take that home. Like, yeah. Kind of like how you check in on all of us. It's kind of like on that. It's the same thing, just in person. And yeah.
Does Rob got the same number?
Yeah, he did. He ended up keeping the same number.
I've been trying to fucking call that fool, and you don't fucking answer. I messaged him on Facebook, you don't fucking respond. Like, what's up with this fool?
Oh shit. To be honest, fool, I don't even know. I talked to him not that long ago, maybe like a week ago, if that, a couple days ago. But he what is happening? They're doing the music thing right now, dude. Like, he's focused on the music. They got the podcast that they're trying to do, but the guy that he's doing the podcast with is kind of lagging because I guess he had a heart condition or a liver condition.
What the fuck? He was doing a podcast with somebody else?
That guy AK. They're doing like a music podcast, or like I don't know if it's a music.
Why they go through you?
They are. They're doing it. They're doing it here. So that's what we're working on right now. We did a contract with him, and then yeah, so we ended up working on 10. It's a 10-episode podcast. So yeah, again, Rob's supposed to be doing that with him, but he's again waiting on Rob's like, I think this was trying to use me for like the people that Rob knows to get them on the first couple episodes. Rob's like, nah, this was over here talking to talk like he knows so he knows this and this, like yeah, so he's like, Rob keeps telling him like, oh yeah, get your guys first and then once you get your guys, then I'll do my guys. They're trying to figure their shit out. But nonetheless, I know he's just doing the music. He's doing the music a lot right now. So I think working with drummer and all that.
Yeah. He's fucking with Swifty Blue too, I heard that. I'm like, what the fuck? That didn't burn you.
Oh yeah, Swifty too.
Yeah, but that didn't burn him already. Fucking with him.
Dang.
But anyways, that's how he feels. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
So what days you got coming up?
Friday. Friday's my next day off. So again, I get off of work all week at 1:30. So I'll be here fucking anytime after 1:30. Probably like around 2:30 because again, I gotta pick up the kid at 1:40. Drop her off. Same thing over here, hitting this fucking ceiling.
After 1:30?
I'll be here at 2:30, like no later than 2:30.
Alright, I'm gonna try to pull up, cause they fucking called me for, I gotta continue my, cause I stopped going to therapy, and I was like, I don't need it, I'm going to work. These people are just like, well, you need this therapy, and this and that. I'm like, they gotta feel okay, like, I don't need this. Physical therapy.
Right.
And then he's like, well, you wanna call them tomorrow in the morning to find out what the fuck I gotta do. But Thursday and Friday, I won't be booked because, my big mom's going to Vegas. And I gotta take my son to school Thursday and pick him up from school Thursday and Friday.
Damn, okay.
So I don't know if I'll be able to, maybe I can pull up with him, one day or two. But we gotta get haircuts because we got some shit going on. I got something going on Sunday. It's Easter Sunday and shit. Me and him are gonna go with my sister to the church. We're gonna do a little thing, a little bit. But long story short, if anything, just hit me up tomorrow and then I'll try to pull up. You know what I mean?
Alright.
I'll try to do it. See what the fuck what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, just see where you're at around that time and see if you can make time. Nice.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna just sand the fucking shit up?
Just sanding this bitch, bro. I got literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So you're gonna how you say transform the whole fucking shop.
Yeah, bro. It's gonna look. You're gonna walk in here like, damn, dog. You guys. Wow.
Then no jumpers went out of business, so you wanna take over.
Yep. We're gonna call it Yes Jumper.
And
And yeah.
what's up with Manny? What's up with that?
Again, my boy's been on board lately. He just wants direction. Get him on a contract.
How though?
I put him on a contract. But look, the contract
What
says
is he doing though, bro? What is he doing?
again, like if he was here this week, again, like tomorrow, he's gonna be sanding if he comes through, or whenever he comes through. Like
He's still woke up.
where?
Woke up.
Andre?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, he's got to. Yeah, they gotta get on the contract, and again, if we're sanding, he's sanding all day. With the boys, like, hey, we all take turn. We got one sander right now, but tomorrow, Sergio's supposed to bring his, so that I can have two. And then
Sergio's still on board with this shit?
yeah, Sergio's on and off. Like, at first he got off a little bit because he's kind of like hurt, but now he's kind of like, he don't see the vision, but he's not, but he's still here. He's kind of like, I'll follow, let me just see what you do, bro. Like, and I'll give my input, because he gives me input, he'll tell me, or, but.
You guys have a long, like, friendship relationship for a minute now. Like, you guys are pretty, like, close and shit. So I don't know.
You can tell fool like a brother, like an older brother, he gets mad at me sometimes.
Yeah, but who would've thought, bro? Back in the day, I took you to go get the haircut, and you guys just fucking end up business partners. Like, that's crazy.
I know, bro. I can't believe it'd be that lucky. But again, yeah, I don't know, since I was lit on this house, like trying to get into a building. Remember, we were all there, bro. We were trying to get into a building, trying to get out of my mom's backyard. That was the biggest pushback I got from everybody. You know, fuck that.
Rest in peace, Jamil.
Rest in peace, Jamil. I talk to his mom all the time. She hits me up. She still like does like she does like a bunch of shit in his honor. So she'll like still get sneakers like when they do the sneaker drops. She'll be getting sneakers. She's trying to grow weed sometimes, or from what I seen last time she was, I don't know if she still is. Yeah, so we'll see.
You still fucking Juanito?
Yeah, my guy, I haven't shaved the mustache. I said, stash, we got a free Juanito. Ever here for the live? Free Juanito? Yeah, we gotta free the guy, dude. You know what I mean? Everybody makes their mistakes.
I don't know about that. Someone's there with you. You hear him in the back from the asphalt.
Ooh, that's me. This board? This? That's me. Check out the live. I was gonna say, go on live. Just see me on live.
You know, I did try to go on the Twitch, but it didn't let me.
What was it? Was it like a black screen, or what was it?
When you sent it to me, it said that it's no longer available.
Damn.
I really did. I tried to go on live.
No, man, he said the
But
same
I was
thing.
like asleep, and then I tried to go on it, and it was like, it said not available, or some shit. But I swear I did, dog.
No, yeah, man, he said the same thing. He's like, hey, when I went on, it was just like.
Yeah, it was nothing. Yeah, it wasn't working. I was like, what the fuck?
So I was like, what the hell? What did I don't know if I didn't send it right or. I don't know. I'll try again next. We're gonna try to have those once a week, bro. So I'll throw you guys a light every once in a while. Again, just jump in and just watch it. Fuck it, just watch it.
What is he seeing?
Louis just wants to help, bro, and then.
Like what? Like do t-shirts or fucking.
Well, anything that we need. So if we're doing t-shirts. If we're doing media. He obviously wants to do his own brand. But yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. We're gonna see. Yeah, I gotta plug up with him too, so and see what he's trying to get into. And then I was trying to buy a machine, but I didn't buy it because I fucking, bro, the stock market, and if you were into it, I'd tell you what to do, but the stock market's about to jump in the next like month and a half.
But your lady's like, child, they don't need no money.
But not even just that. I mean, right? That too, but still, not even just that. She's nah, cause I don't use it. I use the money for my stocks, just to play with my more stocks. But still, it's gonna be popping in the next month and a half. So I'm like, dude, I need to make sure I get this little. It's just gonna be like a cool 60,000, bro. Like, fuck, I'm so excited if it hits. And it only got to go to like a couple bucks, not even like crazy. So if it exceeds that, oh, it's game over. I'm gonna be shitting on everybody. I was like, no. If anything, I'll put people in place. Nah, but and true, that is what I want to do. But the first thing I probably want to do is make sure Nadia fucking gets into a house. But then after that, fuck it, employees, guy, we're gonna start fucking paying guys like Andrew wants. I guess like Andrew's asking. You just start paying niggas and quit your day job, cuz. We'll see.
What about health insurance and 401k?
Yeah, health insurance fucking on my dick. Can't do that, sir. We're not, you know what I mean? We're not, wait, what is that? We're not corporate. We're LLC. Is corporate and LLC the same thing or different?
I have no fucking words of encouragement for that one.
Oh, you know, we can't do that. We got no 401k.
Anthony.
We got a 402k.
Anthony.
What do you mean 401k?
What the fuck do you got planned for the future? Where's this heading? It's all over the place. You got t-shirts, you got fucking music, you got fucking...
No. Again, yes. No, I just want to rent the studio out to content creators. So people that have their vision.
You want to be famous or do you want the money? But you want to also fucking... You've always been like that. Even when fucking... The real world was out, you always said that I would do that shit. Like, you always wanted to be on camera and shit.
Oh, I mean, I can do that too.
Now that podcast is popping, like, you're even more determined. You've always wanted that.
Yeah, I think I could do it, but I mean, that's not my passion. I'm not gonna sit there. Yeah, no, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm trying to do that camera shit and it just makes me feel like, damn.
Well, yeah, you gotta get comfortable in your own skin. But still, fucking, that's just a part that I'm good at. Like, it's something that I could do if I need to. But,
that's cool.
But the main thing, the main thing is making sure other people come in here and rent the studio. Like, if I could book 5 clients a month, that's enough to, fuck, that's the bare minimum. Imagine if I can fucking do it like corporations where it's just all day, every day, fuck 30 days a month, or 30 days a week, or a month, yeah. So I'm just trying to do that. But again, let's say everything's going right, then yeah, I would do a podcast with Serge. That'd be the first thing I do. I get into editing. I start now sharpening the tools around me to make sure that we're going towards the right direction. Or I continue to grow, I mean. Trust me, bro, it's gonna be like a fucking kids club for fucking content creators. All the kids that are in high school that wanna be fucking YouTubers and fucking shit like that.
Editing is something I am interested in. And just boring as shit going through it.
Yeah, but you gotta.
I'm used to fucking, you know, up and move, work with your hands and just fucking keep pushing. Like, you're sacrificing your body, but me, I gotta keep moving. Like, I can't just sit there all fucking day for 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours, just fucking. I mean, it's easy money. I mean, it's not easy money, but your fucking brain just overloads like fuck, fool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
That's just not me. But that goes with the game, homie, with editing. Like,
yeah.
That's why you got them motherfuckers upstairs that in and out, like them, we call it the mansion. Them fucking these white people and these Chinese people that sit up there who went to college and fucking just sit there editing. Or I can't. I mean, I don't have the patience for that shit. I'd rather fucking get a Mexican fool. You know what the fuck? I mean, that's what we're taught. Go in there and fucking get it. You know what I mean? Like.
And see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm more like it too.
But I'm breaking down my body. I'm like, fuck, like, I want to fucking try something different. You know what I'm saying? And then
See, no, but that's what I'm saying. That's why this
That's a
is.
stigma, I guess. Whatever you want to call it.
But still, that's why this is perfect because again, like right now we're working with our hands, bro. Right? We're sanding this shit down. Like this is hard work. This ain't fucking, or it's not hard work, but it's consuming. Like it's time consuming. It's like physical work, but it's constantly physical work. There's some people can't do that though. There's some people that are like, no, I can't do that. I'd rather sit there on like okay, like that fool Andrew, the editor. That fool will not sit here on the roof like this. He would start complaining after fucking one block, and then you'll look at him like, nigga, like, get the fuck away. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, but again, but he'll sit there on the computer all fucking day, no problem, and he'll edit if he needs to. Like, you know what I mean? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Everybody has their strengths. That's what I'm saying. So you just, once you come around more, you'll start to see your strengths more. Because again, if you were here with me, you would be the only one helping me.
I'm afraid that I'm gonna snap though at times.
I know.
Like honestly, I'll be like, fool, like I'm over here busting my ass, and you're over doing the easy work, and you're fucking, you ain't shit. Like,
see, and that's where you just.
I would look down on him, and I'm guilty as charged. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be like that. That's just.
But it's just like exactly. But it's just like at work, at internet, like you could do the same thing and snap on the people that are doing the easy shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, but you're like, you gotta stay in your lane, yeah, bro. Same, yeah, exactly. But the beauty though is that yeah, you are empowered here, meaning that you could go behind the scenes and be like, hey, homie over there needs to get that, or like whatever. You know what I mean? Like needs to fucking know how to talk or whatever. Like, so yeah, it's a little different, I guess, but still like, yeah, just we still have to stay in our lanes. Like fuck it, but this food fucking. But make sure that.
If I was such an alcoholic fool, then I think I have more fucking power over my fucking my reactions. I don't know how to say it.
I mean, maybe.
Honestly, Dick, I really think I need alcohol. I think I need to check myself. And I don't want to go to rehab because I'm gonna be with them fucking heroin addicts, tweet addicts, fucking. But I really think I need to help out like counseling or some shit because this shit. It's not even fun anymore, bro. And I drink so much, so I don't even get buzzed after a certain amount of beer. And when I get too fucked up, I wake up in the morning and I want to call out. I'm so fucked up. I sleep so much off. Like, it's not even funny. I can't. That's some real shit.
Oh yeah, I know what you. I mean, I can get an idea, bro. Like, you just gotta. Yeah, you got. You. I hate to say it though, bro. You have to break. You gotta either go to jail or you gotta fucking go to rehab. That's how it was for me, bro. That's how it was for me.
Like, honestly, though, I've been so fucking lucky lately. I was on 4th Street and Grove in Ontario, Dick. And I had my fucking headlights off. I just want to go fuck some bitch for 4th Street. I fucking was so fucked up when I pulled out the fucking the driver's way. What's it called? When I pulled out the fucking where she lived at, I pulled out the fucking thing, dog, and I had my lights on, and there was a pinchy fucking Huda fool across from me, and I had my headlights on. I was right there at the stop sign, at the light, red light, and the fucking Huda put his fucking light on me. He was fucking like putting his flashes on me, and I'm like, why the fuck is this fool fucking with me? And I was so fucked up, fool, like. And I did not understand it. He fucking turned left because there's no way he could pull me over, dog, because I was on the opposite. He was in the turning lane, and it was just like, I got lucky, if we put it that way. But I was so fucked up, Dick, like, and then I drove off when the light turned green, and he turned left already. And I fucking was like, oh shit, my headlights ain't on. And I tried to go, that's why he was blinking his lights at me. And he put the, like, you know, like the lights where you fucking hold it with your hand. And I'm like, Dick, I should have got a DUI right now, bro.
You fucking guy.
I swear to God, fool, I'm not even bullshitting you. And then I had a party to go to that weekend for my cousin's 40th party, my cousin April. And something told me, just don't go, fool, don't go, because it was in Rialto.
Right.
And I was just like, Dick, like, you're getting too many fucking, you're getting, like, you're lucky, motherfucker, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying, though, Dick, like, I'm just like.
It's not luck, fool, it's blessed.
Yeah, but I'm just like, I'm a fucking, I be battling with my demons every day for almost some pussy. Let me go over here, get all fucked up first, and then, you know what I mean, it's gonna make me fuck on. Or woo woo, you know what I mean?
You're human, dog.
I don't know, dog.
There's nothing wrong with that. You're human.
I guess so, bro. I guess so.
I mean, obviously, at the end of the day,
I'm a man too, right? I'm a man too, right? Like I need that. You know what I mean? I got no girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like,
you have to have.
Serious, you know?
You have to have, yeah, your outlets, dick. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But still, at the end of the day, fucking, no food. God is with you. God was in that car to make sure that, for whatever reason, that would not get you.
He knows I'm a good person, bro. But still, though, bro, like my luck's gonna run out, and I've been telling myself that for years. I'm just like, fuck, fool, like.
I be telling myself too, low key. I've been making some close calls too, and I'm like, bro, like with that work situation, I should have got written up, and I didn't. So it's like, and then a couple things with the car sometimes.
Well, you're a good family man, bro. Like low key, like you know what I'm saying, like. You handle your business, you make your woman happy, and even though, yeah, that's part of a relationship.
No, yeah, I definitely, yeah, I think God definitely be helping your boy out for sure. I can't complain. I cannot complain.
I never doubt God, bro. I remember one time we had a conversation where you were like, "Well, how come it's not happening?" and this and that, and I had to like press you, like, but I'm not. I don't know. I have all the answers, Sway. You know what I'm saying?
Right? It's just like...
It's just like, but you gotta believe, you gotta have some kind of faith, bro. Like, I tell myself that all the time, bro. It's just, I don't like to, like, I don't know, bro. It's hard, bro. You know what time it is.
Exactly, I don't.
You know what time it is, my guy.
Yep. It's tough, man.
And me and you are the only ones who could talk like this. I can't talk to Rob like this. I can't talk to Andrew like this. I can talk to Louis like this, but he's gonna bring in all the religious stuff. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I don't want to hear that because I have my faith and he has his faith, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah, yeah. Like when it comes to that shit, it's just a matter of. I've been feel like I've been trying to like, okay, I'm in control, right? I know because I got some money in my pocket. I'm trying to control everything, but nah, fam. Like I had to like, I feel like I have to lose some things so that way it's taking me long for a reason, bro. Like I'm having to go through these trials and tribulations myself. Like at least that's what I feel like, or that's what keeps keeping me going. And then it's like there's moments where like people pull up, or where like people come in, we'll get like a gig going, or we'll do like something will happen. And it's just like. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just something's keeping me going, and the only thing I could say is God, bro. God has got to. That's got to be God. I gotta say it's God, and because again, I have to believe in something, or I'll fall for. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But trust me, like when you tell me stories, you're on that same tip, brother. Like.
How do your tactics change though? Like from when you first started, like when you first got to the shop, how have your tactics stayed? Has your image, has your or not image, has your basically has your image changed of what it was to what it is today? Is it still the same, or are you changing course and want to make it this way because you think it's gonna work better? Like I don't know if that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying though?
No, yeah. So I always knew, again, I wanted this to be like a studio for creators to be able to create, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then it never looked the way in my head, or the shop never looked the way I wanted to in my head. And in my head, I wanted to look like a professional, like a studio, like a professional place where you're like.
But then you want to do the OnlyFans and this and that.
So yes, that's what I'm saying. All those, like, I want to get content creators in here. So if OnlyFans girls want to, if I can get that restroom like redone, professionally, make it look like, and then let content creators know, like, hey, look, you guys do OnlyFans, you guys could use the restroom, the shower room. We have, again, these things that they can utilize. And if they're,
feel comfortable.
Yeah, and again, yeah, bro, we could do all kinds. We could turn the back room to a bedroom, like. Again, depending on the client. Like if that's what the client wants, that's what the client gets. If the client tells me, look, I like you having the space room, paint it all. I want it to be all red and da da da. Cool, let's paint it all red. Like whatever the client's gonna pay for, we're gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that's my thing. And then again, I hope to get clients that do podcasts because again, I know there's money in there, and I know that people want to do podcasts. So that's why I started doing my own, so that way I could be like, hey, look, this is what the episodes will look like. This is what the angles look like. That way I'm not just going in there and be like, oh yeah, I could do all this, and then go to try to do it, and I'm like, oh, I don't really know what the fuck. And they're gonna look at us like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You know what I mean? So I'm like, nah, I think I'm telling you, all this stuff I've learned is I had to learn, like, okay, cool, you're into this? Well, do you even know anything about it? Well, okay, let's get you to learn some of it. Okay, cool, you got a team, now you're comfortable, you guys got, again, everybody's going through their parts on what they're going through. But again, the biggest thing was like, it never looked the way I wanted it to. And then I've always helped other people in their little niches when they come up. Now it's more like, nah, it's my vision. Jump on my team or on my vision, and I'm gonna make this place look the way I want it to look. Like, you know what I mean? The money's gonna start going where I want it to go, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then once people start seeing it, then yeah, hopefully people can start playing the roles, kind of like everybody play the roles. The editor will edit, the photographer will do that. We'll market and advertise the place. There's like, I got a plan on how we're gonna do that whole thing. How we're gonna fucking get the internet to be like, damn, Frontline Media, where the fuck did this place come from? Like, this shit's on every fucking ad on Google or on Facebook or Instagram or Pornhub, honestly.
I get what you're saying.
But to let people know, like, yeah, you're into this content, like, come and shoot it here, like. And then again, because we have pictures of girls that did OnlyFans and all that, we can edit some of those up, make little things, and then so now clients reach out, hey, look, I saw you guys posted some OnlyFans time. What do you guys do? Well, we can do anything from this to this. What are you trying to do?
Why do you want to do porn though, fool?
I don't. It's not that I want to do it. Just, again, anything that's content creating. It's like asking me like that fool that booked the studio that did that weird ass shit with the flower and he's bleeding that weird ass fool that does all that shit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That fool Johnny Majestic. I didn't tell you about that shit.
What the fuck did he do?
They shot a music video here, and then they shot it, and it was like I mean, the shit's gonna go viral probably, but it like he was like they like made a flower like I don't know how to explain it, bro. They made a prop. It was like a flower, but the middle was kind of like cut out, and then they like put some like prosthetics on his face and stuff, so his face looked all weird. And then yeah, bro, like, so again, it's not shit that I'm into, right? Like that's what I start telling Sergio, like, it's not like this ain't the kind of shit that I'm into, but damn it.
So Serge saw it?
Yeah, I showed Serge.
He was like, this is same shit, please.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, bro, I'm not saying that it isn't, right? Like, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that it is or isn't. I'm not gonna judge. Like, I'm gonna let them do what they're doing. Like, I've talked to them after, like, minus this, they're just normal people, bro. Like, they're just normal people at the end of the day. Like, but they have a weird ass fucking dream fetish, whatever you'd call it. I don't know. Like, but they probably look at me. But they probably look at me the same way. Like, look at this fucking Mexican guy listening to black people music. Like,
is he white?
Yeah, those two are all white.
The guys who did the video?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, this was.
I'm telling you, bro. That's what I'm saying. I probably have a problem with it too. I'm probably be like, what the fuck?
Bro, that fool dropped some money at the shop, so it's like.
No, I get it.
That's one day's of work. So again, that's why you say, like, I'm not trying to get OnlyFans girls in here, but again, if that's what content creators, if that's content, that's, you know what I mean, then you can create it here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, though, bro. This ain't first rodeo, already. We know what it is.
Yeah.
But fuck. Man, fuck this. I'm pretty sure they just they're just probably like, holy shit.
I'm telling you, bro, this is, it's gonna get, and I tell you, it's gonna get even more once.
More fucking. Am I a psycho?
Exactly right. Like, in my head, the word I would use is weirdos, which is not the right word. It shouldn't be the right word, but.
Oh We gotta put some gangster shit. If I'm gonna be there, I mean, I'm at some hood motherfuckers. And
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna see a bunch of like weirdos coming in.
Hey, Cypress Hill did fucking videos with crazy shit, like La Maria shit. Cypress Hill and they're fucking gangsters. Fuck, they're from fucking Bellflower, homie.
Trust me, bro. You're gonna see.
Do some content like that, dog. I'm telling you.
You're gonna be surprised. You never again how, but again the only way that's gonna come through is people through like Rob or that, you know what I mean, that, and through the music side. That's where I tell you that's where the music part comes in, because again those fools want to make music videos, those fools want to make content. Like, cool, hey look, my nephew or my cousin has a fucking studio in Pomona. They're gonna walk in here and be like, oh, this is a legit studio. These fools got fucking a white wall, they got the green screen room, they got podcasting. How do I book this? You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be professional. Like, right now, again, it still looks like it looks like a garage in here, bro. And that's what I gotta switch it up.
Okay, that's why you're doing what you're doing.
Yes. So
Okay.
that once it looks the way it needs to look like in my head, I'm gonna buy like as far as the walls, buy furniture. Hopefully, I wanted to do the floors, bro, but the floors are gonna be kind of expensive, so I don't know. But
Okay.
then yeah, get everything done, and then start getting Andrew to fucking come and shoot some content as far as like advertising type of content. We'll get the fucking drone in here. We'll just get a bunch of content footage. Get that footage, start fucking editing it up for us to get like advertising and marketing, like booking studios, book your studio. You know what I mean? Book your content here at the studio, and then show all the stuff that we have, and we'll do like the different things that we've done, the episode. We'll do all kinds of crazy shit, bro. It's gonna be crazy. And then from there, that's where it's gonna really gonna be like.
But don't you think that you should take it one step at a time? Just conquer this shit, the music videos. Okay, this comes with the extras. All right, let's focus on this now. But just focus on, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, focus on the podcast first, or focus on the.
No, because again.
T-shirts too on the side.
Well, again, so that's what I'm saying. The t-shirts would be the main thing that we would be doing, other than the content. So like, if there's no if there's no clients.
Exactly, like that's easy work. But with the OnlyFans and the music videos, and like, what's gonna be at the top of the pyramid? You know what I mean? The podcast. It has to be the podcast, because I know that's what you really.
But see, like you're saying, for me, like, what do I want to do out of it?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't.
Or
No,
does it matter?
it doesn't even matter. Like again, because I'm not trying to get. But I'm not.
Get you viral,
Remember though, it's not like I'm trying to get like. The person that we're booking. That is paying for the studio, like. They're not gonna give me a part of their business like majority of the time. You know what I mean? They're gonna be just people that are like, hey, look, I heard about your studio. I seen it on Instagram. I just want to come and rent it. You know what I mean? So I don't care what's gonna be at the top of the pyramid. The thing is, as long as content creators are here, as long as it's booked 30 days out of the month, like if it's like that, I don't care what it is. It could be all podcast people. It could be all music video people. I don't care.
All right. Now, let me say this. Make sure you put the right people in the right positions, because honestly, dude, no disrespect, I don't think your brother should be negotiating none of your deals, bro, because I don't think he's fucking built like
But see, that's where you come in, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, but I'm not there yet, right? I'm not at the point where I'm negotiating deals.
He fucking was talking to this guy, and the guy was like, what the fuck, you're all over the place. You don't sound serious. And I confronted him about it, and he got all mad, and we went back and forth in front of man. He was, you were there.
Yeah.
I was like, dog, like, bro, like, you're not the right person to be negotiating this shit.
Trust.
Like, and you know what, fool? I'm like, I know all the answers. Like I said, I'm not sure, but I was like, and then he started talking shit, and we started talking shit, and I was just like, it's what it is, fool. Like,
trust me, I know what you mean. That's again, I feel like that's where your role comes in. But again, you're not here because that's not even being done yet. You know what I mean? Like, if that was being done, God would make sure that you were here.
But even then, like, if I felt shady, if I felt like someone was shady, because me, I'm paranoid like a motherfucker. I mean, I don't even know if I'm qualified for that shit either. But dude,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
But
I'll just
again,
be like,
you're that fly on the wall type shit where it's like I see
yeah,
everything.
like I'll sit there.
So
and
I'll
just
tell
be
you,
like,
Anthony,
being
you make the
like,
deal,
alright,
you make the deal, you make the decision, Anthony. But look, this is everything that I've seen, just so you know. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even see it like that. Cool, well, at least you know, like.
alright, okay.
Yeah. Telling you, bro, everybody has their.
It sounds cool, like we talking about it, but when you're in the fucking moment, it's a whole different animal.
Well, yeah. Again, because again, what you gotta do is be able to hold your tongue. You gotta be able to, you know what I mean? You gotta be able to do correct. And I'll be honest, bro, I ain't no better. Like, if you watch those streams with like these deals, there's like I get out of like I get, you know what I mean? I get too passionate is what I call it. Other people say I get too loud or like I get too like. I start like I'm like, bro, no, I'm just, bro, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I gotta learn too, like how to slow down or learn how to instead of giving my opinion. Sometimes my opinion don't need to be said. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're right.
So like I gotta battle that motherfucker, that black cloud or whatever you on my head, you know?
Yeah, no, you see, but you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I say God is real, bro. God puts it front, like, the wisdom that we need, bro, is in our head. Like, we already have the answer in our head. He gives us the answers, right? Like, all this shit that I'm talking about, as much as I'm saying about it, like, it's not that I'm coming up with this and I'm like, oh, this is what I want. No, this is just the shit that God's putting in my hand, bro. Like, bro, we went from weed. We went from fucking sound weed in the backyard. You know what I mean? Like, that was supposed to be the vision. But then as time progressed, it's like it turned into this, right? Like I seen the other, like, damn, like the weed is cool, but to go legit and not, again, weed would still be a cool thing to do too on the side, but the legit thing would be again the Studio 4. Trust me, like, it's gonna be the front business, like the fictitious business, so to say, like the one that looks like to the public it's gonna be like this, but on the back end, again, we have other things that we do. So, but it's gonna be the umbrella company, if that makes sense.
What does that mean, umbrella company?
So
what does umbrella mean?
When you do your taxes, there's a thing called an umbrella company, right? The umbrella company is it's like the main company. Let's call it, it's called CHEEEEE, right? CHEEEEE is the corporation. Like we did this is an example, but like CHEEEEE is exactly. That's gonna be like the umbrella.
We should make a fucking. We should call it the CHEEEEE podcast.
I know. Well, trust me, that's the channel. I was thinking about calling it the channel that, or like, yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah. So again, the umbrella company is you have the big company on top. So let's say it's the CHEEEEE Corporation. And then CHEEEEE Corporation has these companies underneath it. So let's say they have Frontline Media, right? And then as well as Frontline Media, they have the stock thing that I do, where I do the stock market. Another thing is they do, like we had the hibachi, right? We had all these different, the OnlyFans, all these little different things that we get contracts with. These become they become companies under Frontline Media. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
But
did I show you the all smoke, like the Cypher Show, Be Real podcast? He has the smoke box. He has the fucking.
I think so.
Then he has the podcast, and then like same thing with Adam 22. He has the OnlyFans, the No Jumper. Then he has like all this shit. I know the guy, right? I know what you're saying.
That's what you do to stay rich, though, is having those companies. Because again, now when one of them doesn't work, you can write all that stuff off. You know, like there's just ways in the, or like let's say you make a lot of money. Let's say you make $1 million. You're like, damn, well I gotta get half this million up because fucking taxes, right? Well, no, not if you have an umbrella company. Because again, the umbrella company says we take up the money. We distribute some of the money the way it needs to go, and then based off of us paying everybody, this is how much is left. So technically, there's no money actually being made.
How are you gonna deliver the content though? Are you gonna release clips at one time, or is it gonna be
this, you know what I mean, this agenda or this or you know, this lane or.
Well, again, so the main thing is to just right now, again, let's say the umbrella is called Chant. Right now, the one that we're working on is Frontline, which Frontline is just a studio for content creators to come and use. That's the one I want to work on. All the other ones I was doing with everybody else obviously hit the fan, right? Whether it was the t-shirts, whether it was the hibachi, these were all supposed to be other little companies underneath the Chin industry or whatever you call it for all of us.
Yeah.
You know, and then Chin has to be ran by us and our family. Our kids especially. When I say family, I mean our kids. Because now you can pay your kids tax-free. Let's say you make, again, $1 million, now, and you have 3 kids. Now each kid can get, I'm just gonna throw a number, but let's say it's like 25,000. They each can get 25,000 tax-free, and again, now they have to work for you. And you're just saying like business. Well, I pay my kids 25,000 a year, but they work for me. They come into the studio. They make sure the spot is swept. They paint the floors. They paint the walls. You know what I mean? Like they make the sets. Like there's just, yeah, bro. Oh my goodness, this thing's huge. There's a whole lot of fucking.
Do you think if you ever get to that point, you can move out of that spot and then do something bigger?
Yes.
That's the goal.
I would say I'd always want to keep this spot because, why? Because it's right here downtown Pomona, right? It's like the first spot. I would definitely get another spot though. That would be bigger. That would be more targeting like bro. I want to target like fucking.
Like nigga Snoop Dogg in motherfucking warehouse.
Like those, like yeah. Like I want to get. I haven't. I've seen clips of like different
You haven't
things.
seen Kyle Kennedy when that nigga walked up in there for the tour?
Yeah, that's where I saw it. That Kai Sinat, that's what.
That shit is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That shit is crazy. That was a green room, a fucking break room. That nigga, it's a warehouse. It's like where I work at. But all this shit, whatever the fuck you want.
That's what I'm saying. It's again a factory, a fantasy factory, like a real fantasy factory.
Crazy. Like I couldn't believe that shit.
But see, that's the same thing. I want that same thing, but again, now for like what would you call it? Like bigger commercials, like commercial style business, like Fox News comes in and rents our studio, or you know what I mean, like shit like that.
Yeah.
That would be like if it ever gets that far. But again, I don't see it being that big. But again, as long as it's big enough.
I'm just putting out ideas.
The goal is to make it big enough so our kids can be running and making money through the company and the company's profits.
But do you think our kids will want to do that?
Yeah. Yes, because again, bro, they're in the generation where content is life right now.
24/7.
They grew up, literally yes.
PS5 all fucking day.
They're the first generation to grow up from fucking the day they're born, pretty much, or when they can hold an iPad or tablet or a phone. As long as they can do that, they're in the generation where to where they're at now. So for sure, it's only gonna get more and more. If that makes any sense, like this is only gonna grow more and more. The family their kids' kids are gonna only want to be more and more involved because they're gonna grow up on the phone and be like, I want to be the guy. Cool. Well, you're lucky because our family built a studio where you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have all the tools. No, it's kind of just like rappers, right? Like the kids or Beyonce, like they all got their fucking kids in the music industry because they have all the tools already, like, and they got all the connections. So it's like, if we could be that foundation for these kids, and then let them get the connections and the networking with people, then cool. Then we did our job here on earth, and take me to heaven. Take me to heaven. Trust, bro. I see this really being the future. Yeah, this is gonna be the stepping stone for our kids, and then yeah, man. Yes. It has to be. It has to be, or we can die try. 50 Cent. Get rich or die trying. Yeah. I'm getting pumped again, but I know, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm glad you called back because I'm sitting here fucking hitting this roof like, damn, dog, I'm the only one that's hitting this roof. Like, I could have been already done with this shit if fucking we had 3 guys here. I was getting depressed, dog, and then you called me and I was like, alright, cool, someone to talk to at least. So, champ, good looking out. Yeah, again, not tomorrow. Sometime it'll happen, bro. Just fucking stay connected. That's all I say. Trying to bring a beer too.
It's good talking to you. Just keep your head up. I know your vision. It's always been there. And I'm sorry, like I said, I'm going through my trials and tribulations too. I gotta go through depression, being lonely, fucking taking care of my parents. I never thought I was gonna be 35 years old doing this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty tough, dog.
But you the baby of the family, brother. Like, who else is gonna take care of the parents?
Yeah, I never thought I was gonna be this, dog. And I'm grateful for it. I got a roof over my head. I got food in my stomach. I got fucking. But.
Hey, but see, bro, and if I could be honest too, like, you do got your parents there, bro. Like, that's a blessing, bro. Yes, because honestly, when they do go, when like they finally go, bro, God forbid it's, you know, it happens, but when it does happen, fuck, man, it's gonna be like, at least you got to say, like, you have experience, like, real, genuine experiences. You know what I mean? It's just gonna hurt, it's gonna fuck you up the most, bro, because again, you're the closest to them out of all the kids. But trust me, bro, they're not gonna be able to have the kind of conversation that you're gonna be able to have with, like, or you're not gonna be able to talk. They're not gonna be able to talk about their parents the way you're gonna be able to talk about them. You know what I mean? Like, cause they weren't there. They're not there the way you are. Like.
Yeah, my sister was supposed to take this wrong, and
exactly.
And then my dad said, "Fuck that." It was like.
But you see, like.
And I feel bad, like, you know what I'm saying? But my sister talked a lot of fucking shit. That's why me and her are beefing right now. We're not beefing, but like, we just have a lot of animosity towards each other. She's jealous. She tried to take the throne, which is cool. I was like, go ahead, take them. See what you got with it. And my dad said, fuck, you know, child in. You know, mom, you know, she's the wife. She said, I'm gonna go.
Or my husband.
My husband, yeah.
Yeah, no, trust me, bro.
Story, dog.
Trust me, bro. I get it. So it's like, trust me, you were that person for a reason, bro. Like.
And then they came back, and I'm over here fucking cussing them out. Like, what the fuck? My bad. Blah blah blah. I'm over here looking at my dad, fucking dying in front of me, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up, Frankie.
See, that's another.
Do what the fuck you gotta do. And be lucky to have.
In the Bible, dog, it says no good deed doesn't go unsaid or doesn't go unpunished. I know, but I'm just saying, like, when you have those tough days, just know that, like, God knows, God sees you, God's there. You know what I mean? Like, not to look for your points. You know what I mean? But to be able to be like, fuck, man, like, at least you're seeing me. You know what I mean? Just give me some light, give me some wisdom that you're here. Like, you gotta ask, you know, talk to the boy. He just wants to hear that you're talking to him. Talk to him. He would talk to you.
Awesome. Anyways.
But yeah.
I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna call you tomorrow. See what time it is. And you get at 1:30, no?
Yeah, 1:30. So I'll be here around 2:30 the latest.
Alright, we'll figure it out.
Alright.
If I can, dog. Honestly, no guarantees.
No, yeah. Again, don't worry about
I
it.
gotta call. Like, these fools not gonna let me go back to work until I finish this fucking therapy.
And that's in the thing too, dog. Yeah, do that therapy, dog.
So let me go fucking get my physical therapy, I guess. I'll take it from there, dog.
Alright, then, great, champ.
I'll hit you up. Stay up. Don't let me get you down.
That's right. You're right. Safe for you.
Man, God bless your family, and hey, you got a beautiful family, and keep pushing, homie. Life's a bitch, like I said, that you live.
I know. Yep.
Alright?
Alright, brother.
Take it out.
Alright.
Peace.
Instructions like don't touch the case, don't research the case, and ask preliminary questions if you have a conflict or medical issues, but then it says this. This is a criminal case. The defendant, Sean Combs, has been charged in an indictment with various criminal offenses. The indictment is not evidence, it simply contains the charge. The charges in this indictment stem from the allegations that from at least 2004 through 2024, the defendant, with assistance from employees and associates of businesses he controlled and ran, including a recording studio, a liquor brand, a clothing brand, a media company, and other lifestyle companies, allegedly committed multiple crimes intended to protect the defendant's status and reputation and to satisfy the defendant's personal desires. These alleged crimes include kidnapping, arson, bribery of a witness, obstruction of justice, drug distribution, forced labor, sex trafficking of multiple adult female victims who the defendant allegedly coerced to engage in sex acts with him and or with male escorts, and the transportation of those victims and male commercial sex workers for purposes of engaging in commercial sex acts. So actually a little bit of a different description consistent with what we saw in the indictments, but just a little bit different. But then it gets into some interesting questions for these prospective jurors. So it says, for today, had you read, seen, or heard anything about Mr. Combs or the criminal charges brought against Mr. Combs? Have you personally formed any opinion about Mr. Combs' guilt or innocence of the crimes charged as a result of anything you have heard, read, or seen? Have you communicated to others or posted your opinion on social media or online about Mr. Combs? Elizabeth, I think that last one is going to be very, very tough. I mean, do you think we can really get a jury seated who is fair and impartial in what, 4 or 5 days, right? Don't they say we're going to start in May 5th and be done by like May 9th and start with openings? What do you think?
I have a lot of thoughts. Well, first of all, I know I could not be a juror, mainly because of our work here, but also I am trying to boggle my mind around how fast this jury selection process really will go, because truly, who hasn't heard of Diddy in some aspect, especially when it involves this case?
You're late.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? You're late for dinner.
Yes, we are.
We make a point to do family dinner every week. Sunday at 7 on the dot, no matter what. We're all here.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. Marvel posted more Fantastic Four trailer footage with a notable Franklin Richards scene. The scene is meant to be a big Easter egg for his appearance in the movie because she's meant to be pregnant with Franklin Richards, and this scene basically confirms that this is what's going on during the actual scene. There's a bunch of this that they featured during the CinemaCon trailer that they didn't post online, and it just seems like now they're finally posting some of that online, so we'll break it all down. If you're brand new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get all the Easter eggs, because I know everybody's just wondering, how is Marvel going to handle Franklin Richards in live action, because he is so OP in the comics. If you think there are questions about scaling now, just wait till after we start getting trailers for Avengers Secret Wars. It is going to get so much crazier. The whole idea in the clip here is it's meant to be a joke on them having dinner at Sunday night every 7 p.m. Eastern time because they're in New York City. That's where the building is. And Reed Richards had made this big deal about how they were late no matter what they were doing. Every Sunday, 7 o'clock on the dot. They were all there no matter what was going on in their lives. But in the brand new CinemaCon trailer that they released, Reed and Sue show up late. Johnny Storm wondering why they're late. Like, you're late. What's going on? What's the deal? So there's like 3 or 4 different layers to the actual joke that's going on here during this moment. It's awkward because they're late to dinner and they were always supposed to be on time. Reed Richards was the person that made the big stink about them always being on time. One of the other jokes being that she's late as in her period is late because she is pregnant with Franklin Richards. Like, they've already figured it out together and they're getting ready to tell everyone else that they're also going to have the baby. Notice that Johnny Storm is wearing a Fantastic Four themed shirt, but also he's eating a box of Lucky Charms with himself on the cover. And it's actually an image taken from a real life Fantastic Four pinup page in the comics that Jack Kirby drew from Fantastic Four number 3 in 1961. And in real life, Marvel posted this clip on the Fantastic Four account 44 minutes after the hour of 7 o'clock, like 44 minutes late. So the marketing for this movie is just off the chain. Whoever's doing this is having a little bit of fun. That was why everybody thought they were going to release more footage on 4/14, because 4/14 for the Fantastic Four.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Just baking as many Easter eggs and many different layers to as many jokes as possible to the marketing for this movie. Notice that the actual pose that he's doing in this Jack Kirby illustration, which, like I said, is from real life, a real life Fantastic Four issue, he actually does in the trailer when you see him fly into space, though, but his flames cut out because there's no oxygen in space, and he needs oxygen for his flames to work. Now, the actual story for this particular issue that the image appears in involved them fighting Miracle Man. I don't know if he's going to be featured during the movie or there'll just be an Easter egg for him in the background, because supposedly when the movie picks up, Galactus, Silver Surfer show up, and it's the main plot of the movie, they've already fought a lot of their big villains from the comics. They've already had their big origin story. So maybe there'll be some references to some previous battles that they had with classic comic book characters. There are a couple other Easter eggs that actually happened during that particular issue too. Their blue costumes made their first appearance in the issue, which also explained that their costumes were based on their original spacesuits they wore when they first got their powers. There were a couple images they also released with different suits. Like there are these spacesuits that they wear, then there are the separate spacesuits that you see them standing by, and you can actually notice here that Ben Grimm's is way bigger and the faceplate is different because it's meant to be after they've gotten their powers. This particular Fantastic Four #3 issue is also notable because it was the beginning of their Fantastic Four fan page where Marvel would publish fan letters that people would send in. That became a really, really big thing in the 1960s, and part of the whole idea with Fantastic Four is that they debuted before the Avengers, before Iron Man, before most of Marvel's really big heroes that you've been seeing during the Infinity Saga in live action. So a lot of the firsts that Marvel had, like the first time they ever did particular things, happened in Fantastic Four comics because they just started doing those before a lot of the other comics. And one of the other funny connections in real life is a lot of you probably found my channel because of Game of Thrones videos back in the day. George R. Martin has a long history with the comics just in general, Marvel comics, DC comics in particular. But you might remember that George R. Martin even had one of his childhood fan letters published in a Fantastic Four issue back in the day. He wrote in a fan letter that was gushing on Fantastic Four issue number 17 in 1963. Now that particular issue, number 17, was them fighting Dr. Doom. But he was only 15 at the time, and just the year after that, in 1964, he also attended the very first real-life comic book convention ever anywhere in the world.
Was a letter I wrote about Fantastic Four number 17, which is the first time anything of mine had appeared in print.
If you're like me and you were not alive during the 1960s, or like you didn't start following George R. R. Martin till like the 90s or the 2000s, or when the Game of Thrones books really started to take off, The Song of Ice and Fire, or the TV show started to take off, the reason why we found out about all this, why he started talking about this, is because Game of Thrones was basically on the rise, like the hype level was rising, just as the hype for the Marvel Infinity Saga was rising in real life too, as they were building towards Infinity War. You remember that the final season of Game of Thrones, season 8, wound up airing right around the same time that they released Avengers Endgame. Now in the actual CinemaCon trailer, the whole idea is that Reed and Sue knew that she's pregnant and they're getting ready to tell everybody else, like they're telling Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm. So the whole idea is that after this, he jokes that Sue is going to be a great mother, but Reed has some work to do. Like there's still a lot of playful energy between Johnny Storm and Reed, even though Reed and Sue have been together for a long time. The four of them have felt like a family together for a long time already. The way they explain it is that they were already called the Fantastic Four before they got their powers. So the actual group had been a team together for a long time, even before they got their powers. To make the Avengers MCU comp, it'd be sort of like if the Avengers were already a team together before they actually had their superhero origin stories. Then all of a sudden one day something crazy happens, they get bombarded with cosmic rays, Fantastic Four style, and they all become superheroes, and they become the superpowered version of the Avengers. But at least the way that Matt Shakman, the director, Kevin Feige, the Marvel people have been explaining the Fantastic Four in their separate universe is that there is no other superhero team, like none other exists. We're not supposed to see a whole bunch of Easter eggs for other versions of MCU characters in their universe. They are the Earth's only actual defense when Galactus shows up. That's meant to be the whole thing, is that everybody on planet Earth expects them to save the Earth. The only exception to that, I believe, will be Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom is supposed to make his first appearance somewhere in the movie. Most of us are expecting it at the very end of the film as sort of like a tag Easter egg for Avengers Doomsday, or maybe like the post-credit scene. Supposedly the alternate version of Steve Rogers that Chris Evans is playing is also supposed to be featured in some kind of post-credit scene. We'll see about that. One of the other reasons why Matt Shackman said that he didn't want to use that Doctor Doom, like Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom, as the main villain of the first movie was because the character is just so big. He would just encompass so much of the story, like he would take up so much air, is the way that he talked about it. If you really think about it, I kind of agree with him. Like, if they actually had Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom in most of the Fantastic Four movie, most people in real life would be going to that movie just to see Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom. They wouldn't be thinking too much about this new Fantastic Four team. And I think Kevin Feige really, really wants these new Fantastic Four characters to become big, big parts of the MCU going forward. So he wants to focus most of this movie on developing them as a family first, then sort of like rolling in like really, really big characters like Doctor Doom. We will see if it all winds up working out. There are a lot of people that were also asking me about this image of Robert Downey Jr. that they thought might be test footage of him as Doctor Doom that had leaked out, but I think this is meant to be fake, just because it looks so much like the Spy Kids version of a Marvel movie, like Spy Kids Doctor Doom or the Shark Boy and Lava Girl version of Doctor Doom. Also, right now, his hair looks kind of like this, so this is probably closer to what his Doctor Doom hairstyle is going to be. There are a couple other interesting details too. He said when they were doing Galactus, normally you would assume they would just do it completely in visual effects, but he said that they did a combination of motion capture and they built an actual physical Galactus suit in addition to a lot of motion capture. We will see how that winds up looking out on screen. I think that's one of the reasons why they've also held back on a lot of their Galactus first looks, like you just see him from the back of his head. If you've not seen any of the stuff that Ralph Ineson has done, he's fantastic in all his stuff. He's a notable character actor that's been in a bunch of big movies, but he has also done a lot of voiceover. In Galactus, it just feels like a really, really important voice to nail. There are a couple other notable Fantastic Four things that Marvel just did while this is all going on in live action. They just released a special trailer for the Fantastic Four fighting Doctor Doom for the first time in the comics to celebrate Doctor Doom's debut in Marvel Comics, which is supposed to be today. Like, today is supposed to be the anniversary of Doctor Doom's first appearance. That was way back in Fantastic Four number 5 in 1962. What Marvel's probably going to do with Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom is they'll hold back on the official looks until they actually start dropping the first real teaser trailer for the movie at the very end of the year. That's typically the schedule that Marvel is on for big Avengers movies. Like, when it's releasing the spring of the next year, they release the first teaser trailer by like end of November or early December. So just expect them to release that first Avengers Doomsday teaser by then. Would also not be surprised if it's just a voiceover only Doctor Doom appearance, like you just hear Robert Downey Jr.'s voice as Doctor Doom. Which is a big question too. Will he use an accent for the voice? We will see. Everybody post all your predictions in the comments below. If you have any big questions or any Easter eggs you spotted in the brand new trailers that I didn't talk about in this video, write them below in the comments. We will get a bunch more trailers for this really, really soon. And do not forget, the Daredevil Born Again finale is tonight. Hopefully they wind up sticking the landing. My video for that will post Wednesday morning. Be sure to enable alerts for my channel so you don't miss that. Everybody click here for that episode video. I'll update the link as soon as I post it. And click here for that brand new Thunderbolts trailer that Marvel just released. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
This is not a real marriage.
We are consenting adults.
You do not know this guy.
Do you know what's happening right now?
The discovery of the millennium. I present to you Adamantium.
I understood that reference.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. This will be my full breakdown and Easter egg video for Captain America 4 Brave New World. There's a lot going on in the movie. There were a lot of reshoots, a lot of talk about how they changed the movie, storylines they got rid of, so I'll try to include all that stuff that they cut out of the movie during this video. Because there is a lot of stuff that it was meant to set up that they're just pushing till later in the timeline, like the World War Hulk movie that we've all been asking them to do for the last several years, but they haven't been able to do because of all their problems with Universal in releasing Hulk solo movies. Seriously, Universal, what's wrong with you? Do you hate money? Make that Hulk movie with Marvel. We've all been talking about how Captain America Brave New World feels like more of a sequel to The Incredible Hulk. Like, why didn't you just call it Incredible Hulk 2? Well, that's because of all the legal problems they have with Universal. And even though there was a lot of criticism about the lack of a post-credit scene, there was a post-credit scene that did actually try to, or at least attempt to set up Avengers Doomsday. So there is a lot to talk about. If you're brand new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get all the videos. Next big movie is going to be the Thunderbolts, and then Fantastic Four after that, and then no more Marvel movies until Avengers Doomsday. Fantastic Four is like the last movie that they have to set up Avengers Doomsday. We will be talking about the entire movie, start to finish, so careful for spoilers if you have not seen it yet. Starting at the beginning of the movie, probably one of the most notable things right at the beginning of this movie is very obvious, is this is the first Marvel Studios movie, like we're talking about Marvel proper, not Sony or Fox Marvel Studios movie that doesn't use the opening Marvel fanfare, that special title that you see before all the Marvel movies. They use those same black and white titles that you saw during some of the more recent promos that they released for the movie. They said the reason for doing this, for not using the standard Marvel Studios fanfare, is because they wanted the movie to feel like a darker, paranoid thriller in the style of Winter Soldier. Heading into the Thunderbolts movie, though, I think we will get the traditional Marvel fanfare back, and for Fantastic Four, they'll probably do a 1960s theme version, or at least 1960s theme song version of that. One of the other notable things that happened before the actual movie started playing at the screening I went to for an IMAX version of the movie is that there was a special IMAX designed Fantastic Four 1960s looking Marvel intro logo. Like when you go to see a traditional IMAX movie, there's a special IMAX promo that just hypes up the technology. Marvel had made a special version of that just for the Fantastic Four movie, so it sounds like they're really going all out for Fantastic Four later this year when it comes to 1960s period piece design vibes, everything from that era. It wasn't new footage for the movie, it was just a special IMAX specific logo, so I think it's just meant to play inside IMAX theaters, not on the web, like they're not going to release it online. Next major change that's very obvious is the movie starts on Thunderbolt Ross right after he's won the recent US election and become president. Harrison Ford, as you can see, was recast as MCU Thunderbolt Ross after William Hurt passed away recently. Black Widow was his last movie. Marvel actually started developing this Captain America movie before he passed away. They were planning on William Hurt being in this role during the movie, turning into Red Hulk. There's a short time jump at the beginning of the movie, and this speech is meant to be the night that he won the US election, so this is meant to be his acceptance speech. The whole theme of togetherness was meant to be his whole campaign, and he was using the Dead Celestial Tiamat from the Eternals movie to basically sell that idea because of all these resources that they can use to make weapons, defense, technology that have been found on the Celestial. So this movie just in general is mostly meant to be a sequel to the Incredible Hulk and the Eternals movie in that sense, and you could also say a sequel to Falcon and Winter Soldier. It plays like a very large, big budget version of a Falcon and Winter Soldier episode just in general. Later we find out that Thunderbolt Ross used the Leader to actually help him win the election because the Leader's new gamma-infused abilities based on his comic book abilities. There are a couple of changes they make to him from the comics, the way that he looks and the way they visualize his actual gamma powers. The Leader is meant to be the main villain of the movie, but the way they write him, they want you to sympathize with him and why he's doing these things, going after Thunderbolt Ross. But the entire story is very focused on the Leader's mission to take down Thunderbolt Ross. Captain America sort of gets swept up in that, so it's almost more of a Thunderbolt Ross Red Hulk movie than it is a Captain America movie. You could kind of tell that Marvel really wanted to make a Hulk sequel, but for legal reasons they couldn't actually do that, so they had to put a Hulk story in somebody else's movie, and they just used the new Anthony Mackie Captain America to do that. Tim Blake Nelson returned as his Samuel Stearns character from the Edward Norton Incredible Hulk movie. During that movie, he was already in the process of turning into the Leader. The way they explained it after the events of that movie, Thunderbolt Ross put him in a special prison, dosed him with even more gamma to make his abilities even more powerful, and the way they visualize it in the movie is that he can see all possible probabilities. This is the way his brain works, his enhanced brain, sort of like the way that Doctor Strange uses the Time Stone to see the 14 million different possibilities. The Leader can do that on a biological level without an Infinity Stone. but he can't actually tell you what the future is. He can only tell you the most likely outcomes based on different actions that people take. So he can say, if you did this one thing, there'd be a 70% chance that this outcome would happen, or a 66% chance if you did something else, and so on and so forth. So that's their way of explaining how he's not too OP, and how he can be wrong sometimes, or get surprised by something unexpected happening, which happens with Anthony Mackie's Captain America. He's able to surprise the leader a couple times. You notice in his speech, because he's campaigning on the whole idea of togetherness, that's why he's also wearing the red and blue tie. If you live outside the United States, America is largely a two-party system in real life. Democrats represented by blue, Republicans represented by red. There are a number of smaller political parties, but none that have gotten close to the size of the major two. Right before he goes on to give his acceptance speech, he takes one of his pills that the leader secretly dosed with Gamma as part of his long-running plan to force him to become Red Hulk, and asks his aide if they were able to contact his daughter Betty Ross, which is basically his whole driving force in the movie. The only things that he cares about in this movie are repairing his relationship with his daughter Betty Ross and pulling off this worldwide treaty over the adamantium, which we'll get into in a second. That's like a whole separate storyline. But they reference his daughter, Betty Ross, several times throughout this movie, and then pay that off with a cameo scene at the end, and it is Liv Tyler coming back from the Incredible Hulk movie, playing her character again. Way back when they were making Avengers Infinity War and Avengers...
He's back, and better than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to Chandra!
I had to get here. Because there's a lot of shit going on. Not just in the world. There's a lot of shit going on with me. I don't know if you checked it out. I was going through some shit. They arrested me 5 times in 5 cities in 5 days. What the fuck? Bitch, I am not the international man of mystery. What the fuck? They arrested me so much. As soon as I see the police, my body just automatically assumes the position. Just.
Tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow's another night.